Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. We're now starting at 6:30. Apologize for the delay as our special session was ran late. And I want to thank you all for being here tonight, especially on this historic day. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and turn to our city clerk to please give us a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Emilio?
Here.
Councilmember Coletti?
Here.
Councilmember McAdams?
Here.
Councilmember Peduri?
Here.
Councilmember Smith?
Here.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Here.
Mayor Peak?
Here.
All present via Zoom webinar.
Thank you. And let's turn to Councilmember Emilio to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please stand. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we'll turn to approval of the agenda. And I'm recommending that we just switch the order of two items. We have two items on concerning equity, 12C and 12D. And I'm proposing we just switch the order of these two items. So Councilmember McAdams' item will come first and then Councilmember Peduri. Do we have any other comments on the agenda? If not, may I hear a motion to approve?
Oh, Mayor, my hand's up.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you. For the sake of efficiency, I'd like to move 13F to the consent agenda. And I'd like to move 14A to the next council meeting, just so staff doesn't have to wait around until 10:30 at night. It doesn't seem like that's a time pressing presentation.
Councilmember Smith.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I'm somewhat in agreement with Councilmember McAdams. My suggestion is actually a little different. I would suggest, and I will move, I will likely move that we continue 13A special events, 14A EIR presentation, and 13C city survey to the next regularly scheduled meeting. I think there's way too many items. We're not going to get to it, and I think people are going to be waiting around for nothing. So that would be my recommendation.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe item number 12C on equity will feed in really nicely to 12D, which is also on equity. So I recommend that we keep the order as is. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see any reason to remove the city survey. I think there's a lot of important information that's going to come forward in that, but I think there are other things certainly that could come off, like perhaps the Ocean View traffic assessment. I don't think that's vital. So that'd be my suggestion.
All right, I'm having difficulty seeing all the council members on my panel. So City Manager, Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, there was a recommendation to move 13F back to the consent calendar. Respectfully, I have some comments I'd like to make to the City Council on that item.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, sir. I think I also have comments on that one, so I don't support putting it on the consent calendar, but I do agree with, I would like to move that we put the traffic assessment at a later date, the events calendar at a later date, and the RINCON presentation at a later date, and then leave the equity thing in order as it was presented. So that's my motion, is to move those three and then see how we do.
Second.
Okay, would you please repeat the motion?
I move that we continue to a later, I'll leave it to the city manager, I guess, to negotiate, like with our presentation that has an outside person. So I can't guarantee it's the next meeting, but the traffic assessment item.
I'm sorry, which item, if you'd be specific, that would be
12A.
12A, thank you. The events calendar is
That's 13A.
13A.
13A. And then the RINCON presentation, which is 14A.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor to continue items 12A, 13A, and 14A to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any discussion? And a second, Councilmember Smith had already seconded that, so if we don't have further discussion, then may we have a vote, please?
Did that motion also include, I believe, Councilmember Tomlinson, leaving the equity in order as it was presented, as well
Everything
as?
else is as is. It's
As
just
is,
moving
okay.
those three things and then keeping
Okay.
the agenda as is.
Got it. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to presentations.
Excuse me,
Item-
Mayor.
Pardon?
Mayor, this is Councilman Neal. I just wanted to remind you that I think we should dedicate this council agenda to Joe Rock, who just recently passed away.
All right, thank you very much, and we will do that. All right, I want to do a presentation on Mayor's presentation, recognizing Debbie Crandall and her contributions to our school district and the students of this community. Whereas Debbie Crandall has served our community through over 20 years of service to the students. She's been on the Forest Grove PTA, the Butterfly Bazaar for quite a few years, the Sober Grad Chairperson, and most recently 9 years on the Pacific Grove Unified School District Board of Trustees, serving most recently as the president. She's been a great advocate for students and teachers, providing leadership and a ubiquitous presence at student activities. She's exhibited leadership from the heart, keeping what is best for kids first and foremost in all considerations, being compassionate, and a pleasure to work alongside to the benefit of our students in our schools. So now, be it resolved that I, Bill Peak, as mayor of the city of Pacific Grove, do recognize Debbie Crandall for her years of service to the community and her students, providing leadership in so many ways. And if we have any council members that would like to add a comment, and then perhaps Ms. Crandall, do we have her?
I would like to add a comment, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Emilio,
I
please.
totally agree. I totally agree with the proclamation, and know Debbie through the school board, and she's done a super job.
And we recognize the superintendent of schools, Mr. Ralph Porras.
You're unmuted, Mr.
Okay, there we go. Is the microphone on now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I, as the superintendent of the school district, I simply want to thank you for extending this honor to former President Crandall. As you know, we deeply appreciate the collaboration that we have with the city from the school district. And it's the actions and the behaviors of trustees like Debbie Crandall that make that collaboration possible. She really embodies the whole idea of service before self. And I believe that she's helped build a very strong collaboration, as well as help build a stronger Pacific Grove by reaching out to our students and our families and doing the work that she's done selflessly. So thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council members. I appreciate the work that you all do in helping make our city great. And thank you for honoring Debbie Crandall. It is very well deserved.
and thank you. And would Ms. Crandall like to say a few words?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hello, Debbie.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. I was a little nervous for tonight, to be honest. I probably would have been more comfortable if I was in person. It's just something about this computer. I look at it all day. So anyway, I really want to thank you, and I am so honored to receive this. All of this just started with me wanting to be involved in my child's school and classroom, and here I am. So I thank you for all the kind words, and Dr. Porras, thank you as well. I also just want to thank my sons. They, for this 20 years, they're all grown up now, and they put up with me a lot throughout these years. So I really appreciate that as well. And I want to thank Mayor Peak. I want to thank you, and I want to thank the current and the past council members. The communication that the school district and the city have had, and at least in my experience in the last 9 years, has been really important and great. It's, is it ever perfect? No, because we're both busy and we have a lot to do. But you guys, the city has really helped a lot with the making it safe to schools, and all of I could go on and list everything, but I'm sure what has happened, and I just want to thank you for that, and I hope that continues because it's very important. And thank you, and I am so honored to receive this. Thank you.
Oh, it's our pleasure, and best wishes to you, Debbie.
Thank you again.
Right. We'll now move on to our next agenda item, which is the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority presentation. Ms. Director Hannah.
Mayor, council, and members of the public. This evening we have Tim Kars with us. He's the Senior Risk Manager for CJPIA, and they are our risk management authority. He's going to be presenting some information on the city's safety efforts, as well as some of the risk management activities that he's working on the city with. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As Tori mentioned, we're going to go through a brief presentation on the city's participation in the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, as well as a lot of our efforts that we have going on to manage the city's risk. and hopefully answer any questions that you may have. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so it's been a pleasure working with the city over the last several months. We are partnering with the city on a number of programs, and I'm going to go over those programs. But what I wanted to start with is a general discussion on the risk management program for the city. The goal is to minimize the city's risk exposure, and that includes employee injuries, third-party claims, property losses, cyber liability, pollution, special events, and anything else that might come up as a loss for the city. I'm using this graphic on this slide intentionally because it's not always the goal to eliminate risk or get it to the point where it's not there anymore from our perspective. A lot of what we do is to identify risk, understand it, and manage it. And that might take it from a certain level and lower that risk to the point where it's more manageable, or we at least have a plan for dealing with it. The participation in the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, for those that are not aware of of our group, the city is a member of the authority with 123 total members around the state of California, as depicted on this graph. I am the senior risk manager for all the area in the blue, the Central Coast, including the city of Pacific Grove and some of your neighbors. And the city participates in our workers' compensation program, general liability program, property insurance program, and some sub-programs that are parts of those. These are self-insured programs, and we are a entity that tries to manage risk and helps to work on risk management programs to understand and identify and reduce as much of the risk as possible. And when in the event that a claim comes up, if there's an injury or if there's a third-party liability claim or a property claim, we're the organization that manages those and pays those on behalf of the city. Let's talk a little bit about the city's claims from a workers' compensation perspective over the last several months since the beginning of July 1. As you can see here, I have on the right the total amount of claims, 22 COVID. Those are exposure only. I'm not aware of any work-related employee positive tests. In addition, 6 strain sprains, 2 lacerations, and 1 trip and fall. We are managing these claims on behalf of the city. And I want to express at this point in time that this is what you're seeing here on the chart, it's very consistent with the rest of our membership. A lot of COVID-related claims, of course. Most of them are exposure only. And in rare cases, if it's a positive case, we work with the city to determine if it's work-related and what other types of steps the city has to take. So Tori and I are working hand in hand on a regular basis, along with Audrey and the rest of the team at the city to address these through the safety committee and other means, as well as working with our third-party administrator, which is Sedgwick, who manages the city's claims on behalf of the city and the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. Let's talk a little bit about our key projects and what we've been up to with the city for the last several months. Last year, we did a risk management evaluation. I did that evaluation where I worked with hand in hand with all the department heads and all the facilities and staff to identify a current posture for the city with regards to risk. Anything related, as I mentioned, to regulatory requirements, maybe something Cal OSHA requires, or if it's a best practice and an industry trend, such as a liability that we're seeing across our membership, or perhaps it's something that the city is just liable for and we want to manage that type of exposure. We identified about 30 action items, and we are currently working through those action items with the city to manage them, work through them, and mark them complete when they're done. And the city has been great in working with us to do that. I want to elaborate a little more on some of the key projects that we have going on. We are working directly with city staff from all departments on a safety committee. We meet monthly. I am a participating member in that committee, and we talk about and strategize on anything employee safety related. We look at Cal OSHA requirements. We discuss training, which I'll get into a little more detail in a little bit. We talk about written programs and revising those programs and other types of procedures and other safety measures that we can use to our advantage to take an employee-related risk and manage it down to the point where it's minimal and hopefully, in the end, prevent injuries from happening. We're doing a lot of written program work. We just revised the Injury and Illness Prevention Plan, and we are working on other plans as well. We have a safety incentive program in the works. We have a subcommittee that we're working with throughout the city to identify a way to incentivize employees to participate in safety-related activities, to manage it, and to identify hazards and other types of issues that can help us prevent employees from being hurt. Near-miss reporting, ergonomic evaluations, which I'm conducting for the city on a regular basis, and we also have an ergo lab in City Hall, which enables employees to strategize about their workstation and what we can do to improve that and what types of equipment, if any, is needed. I'll elaborate on training in a little bit, but we're doing a lot of it. California JPIA provides a lot of training. We have identified a number of sessions that we need to do by department, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. On the right-hand side, you see some other types of projects that we have going on. I regularly review contracts for the city to ensure that the proper risk transfer language is in place, the proper indemnification, hold harmless, and insurances are being required of our vendors and whoever else that we might be working with. We are currently participating in the authority's ADA compliance and assistance program. That's a program that partners the city with the California JPIA and an ADA expert to conduct a self-evaluation of the entire city, build a transition plan to help bring the city into compliance, and identify barriers to help improve the community and make it more accessible. This is a requirement, and the city is going to take advantage of the fact that the California JPIA will pay for some of that. We're scheduling facility inspections, talking about how to put together a sidewalk inspection program, and revising all contract templates as well. In addition to this, the city is partnering with the California JPIA on its membership with Lexipol in the police department. The California JPIA does pay for policy manuals and daily training bullets and updates from now on. Here's that training plan I was referring to just a little bit ago. We talked about this at the safety committee just a couple of days ago. This is a department by department outline of what trainings we want to take care of this year. This is employee safety related trainings. It's not going to be all inclusive. We're going to see that the police are doing much more than just what you see here. But these are trainings that the California JPIA is going to partner with and provide. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have a department by department. We also have a plan for how we're going to take care of those, what medium. On the right-hand side, we have the actual courses that are online that they might be taking virtually, or if it happens to be a class that we want to do in person, it's noted here as well. And I might be the instructor for that course, or we might use another professional, such as if we're doing CPR first aid. Each of these courses is provided by the California JPIA at no cost, and we will work through this plan throughout this year, and it'll be adjusted as needed, of course. The city is being extremely proactive in this regard, and the JPIA is very, very much appreciative of what's going on there. We are doing a lot to monitor the effectiveness of the program. What we need to do in any safety program has to be managed in this way, where we look at how it's working throughout the city. The city is very dynamic. It has a lot of departments and a lot of employees within those departments that are working in different capacities. One way of identifying a program's effectiveness is, of course, how many injuries we're having, what types of injuries we're having, frequency and severity of those, frequency being how many of these injuries are we having, and severity being how much are they costing and how much lost time is involved with those injuries. That's an important measure, but it's not the only measure for the effectiveness of a program. We also look at program participation. As you can see on the left, we we're going to track numbers on training. We're going to look at what kinds of information is being produced through various methods, like a near-miss reporting program or a safety incentive program, where one of the goals is to identify safety hazards that we may not be seeing from an office or behind a computer, but an employee that is working out in the field might see. So we're looking at ways to increase the effectiveness of how we can obtain that information, and then, of course, how we can manage that information. We look at participation in the safety committee and other types of safety program activities as well. This list will be refined over the course of the year to identify how we're doing, what we should be doing next, and whether or not we need to revise our plan or add to it or take away. Of course, any program is going to need support, and we believe we're getting plenty of that from the city, not just from city staff, but the council as well. And that's why we're very happy to be here today and answer any questions and talk about what we're doing, because it shows council support, and we like that. We also are very appreciative of the commitment to the California JPIA and what we have going on, our services, our programs, everything that I can do for the city, from the city manager and the executive team. Anything and everything that we can do to help manage the city's risk, we're here to do. And I'm here to do that as well, including being on site as much as possible and interacting and talking with city employees and department heads. It does take a partnership. It does take a sharing of understanding and identifying of not just the risks, but how we can use our services to take advantage of those services and how we can make that advantageous to the city. That's the end of my presentation. I want to open up the floor in case anybody has any questions, or if Tori has anything that she'd like to contribute.
Ms. Hannah, do you have anything to add to the presentation? If not, we'll just go to council member comments or questions.
I don't have anything to add. I appreciate Tim being here with us tonight and all of his work he's done with us on our safety program, as well as our other risk management activities.
All right, Mr. Karski, if I could ask you to please stop sharing your screen. Thank you. All right. Council member comments. I'm not seeing any, but I'll start it off. I thank you very much for the presentation. Short and sweet, but it's such an important, it was clear. And this is such an important topic. As anybody that's been listening to council over the last few years knows, that I'm a big advocate for workplace safety. And Council Member Smith and I pushed through a workplace safety policy a few years ago, and this squarely aligns with that policy. So, and I much appreciate the staff. I know it takes everybody to be on board, and appreciate the staff, the city manager on down to embrace workplace safety. It's a win-win. It's a win for the employees to go home in the same condition as when they arrived, and it's a win for the city as well. I only had one question from Mr. Karts, is how do Pacific Grove safety metrics compare to other cities?
Well, if we look at the injury rates since you joined our program July 1, you're looking very good. I did note 31 specific work comp claims, but that does not indicate 31 actual injuries. We do have several exposures that are open and closed cases and have not really cost anything, but they are exposures that are being reported for various reasons, California requirements and other reasons. So I think you're very favorable, considering you have some of the higher frequency activities, such as a police department, full service public works, and everything else that's going on. So I like what I'm seeing so far in the program participation with our group. And I don't have specific metrics because you're so new to the program that I don't have the injury rates to compare with our other cities at this point, but very favorable.
And when do you think you'd have those other metrics? Because our metrics are first aid, medical, and lost time. You said injury rates, so maybe we're talking about apples and oranges. But when would you accumulate enough time or data on the city to be able to compare us to others?
I'd like to see 1 full year of program participation to compare you to what my other agencies are doing along the coast that are similar to you. We compare the city to similar cities in terms of payroll, experience, services. And we take that information also based on where you are and what types of activities you have going on, and do exactly what you just mentioned, whether it's a first aid only claim, a medical only, or a lost time injury. And then we can also use the numbers to identify how you're doing from a programmatic perspective with our program and the contributions that happen on an annual basis.
Very good. Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any council members' hands raised. So I guess that concludes this presentation. We look forward to seeing you again back here, and sounds like in a year when you've got some comparison data, or perhaps before.
We can definitely compare you to other agencies the next time we have a presentation, for sure.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now turn to item number 3, council and staff announcements, and we'll start off with our city attorney, Mr. Laredo.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, also staff and public. And I guess Happy New Year, since it's the first time we've met since the first of the year. The council had a rather longer than usual closed session. We began at 4:30 this afternoon. There were 3 items on the agenda. As to the first item, that was a conference with council with respecting pending litigation. The council did authorize settlement in a workers' compensation claim as listed on the agenda. There was a vote at the motion of Councilmember Emilio, second by Councilmember Smith, to authorize a settlement offer to be made. That was approved on a 6-to-1 vote with Councilmember Coletti dissenting. The terms of the settlement offer will not be disclosed until after the settlement is accepted. On the second item, conference with real property negotiator Ben Harvey. This has to do with the rights of way on Sloat and Ocean View that are proposed to be used in connection with the proposed hotel at the American Tin Cannery site. A status report was given as to the progress of negotiations, positions that were being offered back and forth, and further direction was provided, general direction was provided by council to Mr. Harvey, but no specific reportable action was taken. And the last item was on the agenda for the discuss the possibility of initiating litigation by the city. The city council was apprised of the background concerning the circumstance, but no specific reportable action was taken at this time, and that will come back to the council at a future on a future agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Are there any staff announcements?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call upon our police chief for an announcement. Chief Madelon, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'd just like to make a short announcement. I did put out a public address announcement in regards to the investigation related to an officer who made disparaging social media remarks. As of January 13th, that officer no longer is employed by the city of Pacific Grove in any capacity. And unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, I'm unable to disclose or comment any further on that matter because it is a personnel matter and I am prohibited by law. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Chief Madelon. Any other staff, Mr. Harvey?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's it. All right, any council member announcements? Wow. Well, I'm not seeing any, but I'm going to make up for that loss because I've got a bunch. Okay, Councilmember Emilio. I see you now.
Okay, thank you. You know, I just wanted to mention that in regards to the COVID cases in the U.S., there are over 2 million deaths because of COVID, and in the world, that is. In the United States, there's 402,000 now that have died. And in Monterey County, I know through one hospital that I'm familiar with, they have over 45 cases in right now. So what I was going to suggest, and I've already talked a little bit to the chamber for it, but in Monterey County, we've had 255 deaths. Nobody volunteered. Nobody's signed up for this vaccination. And I think it would be great if Pacific Grove can honor 255 deaths so far. And there's been talk about, to me, through the chamber, maybe putting up some flags in somewhere, but I'm open to anything. The city of Pacific Grove needs to honor those people that have died, 255 of them so far in Monterey County. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any other comments, announcements? All right. I'll start off with, I'll be giving a State of the City address 1 week from tonight at, that's January 27th at 6 p.m., of course, virtually. And if you can attend, that would be appreciated. And if not, it will be recorded and put on the city website. So other city events coming up, we have City Council on February 10th. We'll have a goals workshop. So please have folks put that on your calendar if you're interested. And we have next week 2 city council meetings. They're not on our website yet, but the Historic Resources Committee will be meeting on January 27th. That's Wednesday at 3 p.m. And the Traffic Safety Commission will be meeting Tuesday on January 26th. So please look for those coming up. And let's see, and we have the ATC project. The hearings are beginning at the Planning Commission and tentatively scheduled for Thursday, February 11th. And I'll like our city manager to confirm that. That's early next month, coming to the ATC, coming to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Mayor, that is contingent upon submittal. We are working closely with the applicant on that, and we will release a date as soon as that is made known. But again, it does have some moving parts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So folks, stay tuned if you're interested in that. And let's see. Last but not least, I want to do a big shout out and thank you to the Pratsky family for their landscaping of the east side of Chase Park. That's at the corner of 17th and Ocean View Boulevard. If you've driven by there over the last couple of months, you know it's got new landscaping. And again, thank you very much. This was all donated by the Pratsky family. Much appreciated. And with that, we'll move on to general public comment. So we're now open to general public comment. Unfortunately, I need to remind everybody, please, no derogatory remarks aimed at individuals and no profanity. Appreciate your compliance. Ms. Kendall.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi. I'm fairly confused about the announcement about the Planning Commission hearing for ATC possibly still being on February 11th, because on Tuesday, last Thursday, I'm sorry, it's getting a little confusing. It changes so fast. But on Tuesday, the ATC webpage, the city's ATC webpage was changed from saying February 11th to saying later in the spring, the hearing would take place. And that's not what the city manager sounds like now. So I think we need to be given, the public needs to be given some more reasonable information than what we're getting. And also, I'm sorry, I was trying to write down the date of the first meeting you said we have next week, HRC, and I missed the second one, but I'm hoping that the meeting schedule for 2021 will be posted sometime soon so we know what we're looking forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, all. My name is Jeff. I wanted to just appreciate the Council's reception to some of the concerns that your constituents have had around equity issues in the city. And I think there's a lot to be excited about in terms of the various initiatives that Council members are pushing forward. But returning to this alt-right militia-affiliated police officer, just because they are no longer on the force, that's not necessarily something only to be celebrated. In order to only celebrate that, we would have to discount the fact that this city council protected that officer for over 8 months. Concerned citizens have been showing up at these meetings for months and months to absolutely no avail, to absolutely no support from you all, our elected leaders. What does it mean when a threat of this magnitude was in our community, armed, patrolling our streets, and you, our leaders, were utterly silent for the better part of a year? It certainly does not mean that the same programs that have been so utterly disastrous for our neighbors should be rewarded. But that is exactly what has happened, what our leadership in Pacific Grove has allowed to happen over the last few years and decades. The police, who have shown a clear abdication of their role to serve our community without bias, have been rewarded for the last 15 plus years, even as we, your constituents, have been decrying the deleterious effects on our community. That's right, even as the police department harbored an alt-right militia-affiliated cop, the likes of which stormed our nation's capital just this month, the police budget has grown steadily as a proportion of the city's budget for the last 2 decades. And where do those funds come from? Well, they've come from the same social services that actually, empirically, are proven to keep us safe. They've come from a reduction of nearly 75% of our library system over the last 15 years, 75% reduction. They've come from inadequate subsidies to ensure our recreational programming is accessible to every community member instead of those who can afford it. The community has not taken its eyes off of this council, who have, by failing to speak out about this, thoroughly failed your constituents. We are asking, do you honestly believe that this was an isolated incident in your police force? And as we move forward with various task forces and hiring equity officers, will you dare stay silent on this issue yet again? We demand no more funding for the police department, and not one more dollar and not one more officer to replace this one until we get accountability. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Dixie Lane, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Dixie Lane, and I'm president of the Friends of the Monarch organization. Our mission is to advocate for the monarchs and their habitat. And as we start a new year, I thought it would be a good time to introduce reintroduce our organization to you and review what we have contributed to the community this past year. As some of you may know, just over a year ago, a handful of residents, which includes scientists, master gardeners, biologists, and other activists and experts, met to revive the Friends of the Monarch organization, which years ago was instrumental in the purchase of the sanctuary and reforesting it in 2009. The timing of this organization's revival could not have come at a more critical time. As of Friday, the monarch count in Pacific Grove remains at 0. Xerxes' overwintering count for the entire state of California is 1,914. Not so many years ago, that count was in the several millions. Pacific Grove at one time was known as the third largest overwintering site in coastal California. As many as 250,000 monarchs overwintered in our George Washington Park. Now there are none. Through 2020, our organization has been active in using science and data collected locally to try to understand why other nearby sites have been more successful in slowing their monarchs' population's demise, and why still other locales like Berkeley have attracted a population where monarchs hadn't overwintered until this year. Working individually and as a group, some of our accomplishments this year include the installation of a weather station. Dr. Dominic Sinacropi purchased a weather station and installed it earlier this year with staff approval. He will be before you in the near future to share with you what baseline data he has accumulated to date and what it means. Bob Picelli, who has been photographically documenting the monarchs' movements within the sanctuary for 30 years, was able to give the sanctuary and other local habitats hundreds of trees through a fundraising effort he initiated. A small team of our board members have joined the city volunteer program in order that we might take care of the sanctuary. We have been in the sanctuary 4 or 5 days a week for as many as 2 to 4 hours each day over the past 6 months. We've also gotten businesses to support us. The latest donation came from Elisa and Roxanne of Miss Trawick's. They donated 50 nectar plants. We used 30 to fill a new nectar bed and planted 20 others in existing nectar beds. In October, we also helped plant a good number of the 70 plus new trees in the sanctuary and have been diligently watching over them. Just this last week, Mary Danton and I have completed and submitted to the staff an inventory of the status of the memorial tree program in the sanctuary. We have requested support to provide proper maintenance.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Okay.
But
Thank
you
you
very much for all your assistance with the sanctuary.
You're welcome.
Zoe Schultz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. First, I want to say that I'm glad to hear that the racist officer with 3%er affiliation is no longer working at PGPD. It took too long, 8 months, to come to this conclusion, and too much money was spent on this issue, but I'm glad for the end result. The situation has taught us many things. 1, a lack of accountability within PGPD. 2, a lack of leadership on this issue from elected officials. And 3, a police chief that continues to spend more and more money for unnecessary programming and has a deep misunderstanding of race relations, as evidenced in her many off-putting speeches about the diversity of the department and the inability of someone of color to be racist. In conclusion, I have come to this, that the problem is embedded in the culture of PGPD. Until we have systems in place to ensure that we don't have these liabilities again, systems that are both operational and personnel related, I suggest we not spend $1 more in PGPD. More money needs to be spent on mental health, libraries, and recreation programs. One more thing, the chief keeps calling the officer's remarks disparaging remarks, and I find that upsetting. Let's call it what it is. Hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beth Walker, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you to the council. On January 9th, I wrote a letter to the mayor, city council, city manager, and the police chief. In that letter, that was only acknowledged by 2 of the addressees, I asked for a strongly worded statement from all of you denouncing the events of the week and support for any investigation to root out police officers that exhibit these type of anti-democracy activities. We need to have a zero tolerance policy on this, and we need to mean it. This is the time for local, state, and federal agencies to take bold action to put an end to this once and for all. As a country, we're at a pivotal moment in our history. For months, we've been trying to warn you about the infiltration of anti-democracy groups within the police departments. We've tried to educate and inform you not only of their presence, but of their intent. We've asked for a definitive response that shows your intent to take this seriously and to act accordingly with swift and decisive action. And as mentioned here, we've had several comments about the fact that it took 8 months. We need to know that you are taking this seriously. We feel like our concerns have fallen on deaf ears and due to the lack of action have set the tone for where we are today. We watched officers from all over the country participate in the illegal occupation of the base of our democracy, even flashing their badges as they entered our sacred halls to identify themselves to other police that were supposed to be providing security to our Capitol and to the members of Congress that were doing their constitutionally mandated duty. These emboldened officers were sworn to protect and defend our Constitution and were displaying patches of the 3%ers, the Punisher symbols, and other anti-democratic militia groups. In cities all over the country, there is a beginning of a reckoning with how cities are managing their police departments. As an example, Oakland PD has denounced the DC riots, and they are launching an investigation into any employee's alleged involvement in offensive social media. They've committed to rooting out any officer relating to offensive conduct on social media or anyone participating in the invasion of the US Capitol. With the goal of better police department, I'm asking once again for a strongly worded statement from all of you denouncing white supremacy, the violence that we saw that week, as well as the support for investigation to root out police officers that exhibit these types of anti-democracy activities. Please do not refer me to the previous Black Lives Matter weak sauce statement. That's not enough. We need to have a zero tolerance policy on this, and we need to.
Ms. Walker, thank you very much.
Kate Spencer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I would just like to echo everything that Beth Walker just said. She said it better than I'm going to, but I agree with everything that she said. I am gratified to learn that the alt-right police officer is off the force. I'm glad that even though it took a very long time, that events unfolded the way they should. And you would think now that our Black and brown neighbors would feel relieved and safer, but the fact is that some have endured harassment on the streets of PG, and the council member who supported his removal has had to limit her exposure to abuse online, as have others of us. Pacific Grove is a town that can continue to do better. We need to treat each other better. We need to talk to each other about what racism is and is not. It's important to remember that racism can be internalized, that just because someone is of any color besides white doesn't mean they can't also be anti-Black or anti-other colors. And I also want to say that we need to have no new police hires until we have community oversight and accountability in place to ensure that we don't get another person with similar views hired. We need to learn more about what's actually going on inside our police department. We need more to be done by this council to talk to us about how the oversight works that exists, what the process was. I've asked for that in the past, as have others, and we've gotten very little other than it's a process. but we still haven't had the process adequately explained about how the money was spent and how the choices were made about how money was spent to do the investigation and what actually happened there. I'm glad that we do have initiatives to work towards better equity and better oversight, and I want to see even more of that. And I just want to remind you all that the events at the National Capitol have proven that the groups that the officer was aligned with are in fact dangerous and anti-democratic. It's very important that we remember that this was not fun and games. This was not a game. This was not just jokes. That was not just, cute decals, that these things are real and serious. And we need to make sure that our community is safe for absolutely everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tommy Piper, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Tommy Pieper, and this is what I've got. We're all glad the racist officer was fired, but the fact remains that the officer parked their car next to their employers and colleagues every day. The fact remains that it took a concerned citizen raising the issue before the officer's views ever came under review by the department. The fact remains that the officer was protected by Chief Matalone and the department and cleared at the end of the first investigation, and the fact remains that nothing changed after that. The fact remains that Chief Matalone assured organizers they had no reason to worry when it was discovered the officer had posted organizers' names on their Parler account. Parler was crucial in helping to organize the violent breach of the Capitol on January 6th. The fact remains that Chief Matalone claimed the officer didn't know what the symbol associated with the racist militia, the 3%ers, meant. Along with other fringe groups and racist white supremacist factions, the 3%ers represented a large portion of those who stormed the Capitol. We're all glad the racist officer was fired, but the fact remains that the officer was protected by Chief Matalone and the department until public pressure in the events at the Capitol made it untenable from a public relations standpoint to protect the officer any longer. Both Mayor Peake and Chief Matalone, over the course of 2 investigations, have repeatedly expressed frustration at being unable to publicly comment on many aspects of the case. Well, now that the investigation is over, I hope they are eager to be open and transparent about how a culture inside the department that protects dangerous racist rhetoric and views at the expense of public safety came about, and what steps are being taken to fix it. The issues around this officer started over half a year ago, but long before then, this officer's colleagues and chief all knew exactly who this officer was and how they were. They parked by the officer, they worked with this officer, fraternized with this officer, and ultimately they protected this officer. Before the officer was ever hired, there was already a workspace and parking lot ready for the officer to feel comfortable expressing themselves in. The public is owed answers and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caitlin, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Caitlin. And I just want to echo what many of the other community members have said. I'm glad that this PG militia cop was fired, but I agree that it's taken too long and that too much money was put into the investigations. I agree that a zero tolerance policy needs to be put in place. And I also think that no new officers should be hired. And rather that this money should be invested into services that actually are shown to support the community, such as mental health, recreation, education. I also, I just really want to stress, I hope that City Council takes seriously the harm that was done with this situation. And I hope that the voices of the BIPOC community in Pacific Grove are centered within the equity initiatives that are going to be taking place. And yeah, lastly, I really hope that these voices that have been most impacted by the history of racism within Pacific Grove are taken seriously in order to better support the safety, livelihood, and well-being of PG's residents. So thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Norma, you have the floor.
Yes,
Welcome.
thank you. For 8 months, concerned citizens not only spoke out with emails, phone calls, comments at city council meetings, and a petition with over 2,100 signatures, but citizens did what the PG Police Department did not do. The police department did not report the decals on the truck in their very own police parking lot. A citizen did that. The police department did not discover and report the parlor account belonging to this police officer. A citizen did that too. Citizens are watching and listening. We all know that the officer is no longer on the force, but we also know that this is not the end to this story. There is no place for police officers who are members of any domestic terrorist groups. On January 13th, Chief Matalone said, and I quote, "I fully understand we have work to do to restore the public trust, and we will be steadfast in our efforts." But she does not say how she is going to accomplish that or her plans going forward. I am concerned about what she should have said and didn't. She should have said she would be launching an investigation of every police officer in her department, as many cities are across this nation, in order to vet their officers. She should have said that she would then purge those officers from the force if they do not pass the vetting process. She should have said that vetting would become an ongoing process with all officers, not just a one-time process for applicants prior to employment. She should have said that she would hold her officers to a higher standard of conduct and enforce those standards to hold them accountable as dictated by her position. She should have said that their policies need to be updated to incorporate actions for the surveillance and prevention of domestic terrorist groups from infiltrating our law enforcement. And lastly, she should have said a simple thank you to the many concerned citizens for exposing this officer and speaking up. We need to hear these statements and to see them put into action now for the safety of our community, so that we may begin to trust our law enforcement and city officials once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Al Schultz, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor Peak. I guess a lot's been covered there, what I was going to talk about by everybody else, but I'd like to echo what they said and, express that I am pleased that the militia officer has been dismissed. I'm a little disappointed that and the response, from the chief and that kind of standard way of excusing, police departments from responsibility for the actions of bad cops, and labeling them, rogue or like bad apples, or, and her, demanding that we, continue to trust the police department and not let the actions of the police taint our view of the police. I don't know how that works exactly, but that's what she requested there. I don't understand that. It doesn't make much sense to me. We know that this doesn't work. We saw Matalone do this the first time when denying the existence of the problem that was even there before, claiming that he was a bad apple when it was undeniable and he couldn't be defended any longer. The bad apple thing is a misconception. It's a false narrative. There's no such thing as bad apples. Bad cops are created through assimilating into police forces and cultures through peer interactions with other cops. New recruits, they join a group that's already has a culture of defined norms and behavior. They want to be like the other cops. They want to follow their rules and conform to the norms of the group, not necessarily the norms of the organization. So, whatever they say, our police department believes this or that or whatever, it's what the cops are actually doing that, their fellow officers are going to conform to that. It's true with all colors of cops. It doesn't matter if they're Black or Latinx or Asian or white or whatever. When they get there, they like to say that they're all blue and blue lives, this and that. When there's no such thing as a blue life, by the way. It's a job. But so this emphasis on PGPD's diversity is completely overrated too. They're hiding behind that. That the diversity of the department is more diverse than the community that it represents, but that's insignificant. I also wonder why such a small, safe, relatively crime-free city like Pacific Grove dedicates approximately 30% of its budget to a PD that has no leadership apparently, and nobody knows what they're doing. Norma just illustrated the poor return on investment we're getting as the citizens. We're responsible for investigating these guys and finding all this stuff out. I got a lot more to say, but I guess my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chelsea, she, they pronouns, and I, like many of my fellow residents of Pacific Grove, are coming to talk to you again about the structural racism that's in our community. And we can't have unity without accountability. Police, prosecutors, judges have all had decades to reform, and here we are in 2021 with intensified radicalization in the military and law enforcement that we've seen coming. The hollow reforms and committees suggested by PG leadership don't work. Equity officers and diversity task forces shouldn't need to be created. That should just be part of your job. If you cannot consider equity with every action, then you're free to resign. Resources are precious, especially right now. We cannot afford economically or ethically to continue overfunding fundamentally problematic systems. For decades, we've researched and documented the school-to-prison pipeline, mass incarceration, the discriminatory impact of the war on drugs, and over-reliance on law enforcement, who, by the way, feel very overwhelmed and also don't think they should be in charge of saving every social issue, much like teachers. We have the power and responsibility to change this at every level, in every aspect of society. Let's start refunding schools and libraries, not one more dollar for policing. We cannot trust these investigations, and we cannot trust your training. Not one more dollar should be spent on the police department, and instead, we can invest our public money in refunding our social services, our schools, mental health, recreation, and libraries. And I want to return to this point. Are y'all really going to remain silent on a 3%er extremist finally and reluctantly fired after an attack on the same militia group resulted in violence and the death of a police officer? Your silence is deafening. No disavowal of white supremacy and no recognition that the 3%ers are dangerous extremists advocating for violence. Members of this council have repeatedly referred me to your one Black Lives Matter statement, which was issued 7 months ago, specifically in response to the murder of George Floyd, who I must point out was murdered by one officer while 3 more officers stood by as complicit bystanders. That statement was issued before your own police officer with racist extremist affiliations, who also called Black Lives Matter a hate group, indicating his immersion in far-right propaganda, was returned to duty, and his ignorance was cited. Don't you think the city ought to ensure that no one else can claim ignorance of these racist and violent groups? Isn't saying nothing exactly how we got here? Is this not another example of moderates and bystanders allowing domestic terrorists to face no consequences or accountability because they're predominantly white? Did you see the 3%er presence at the violent insurrection at the Capitol? Saying you're against racism but doing nothing to educate and eliminate the racist ideas and policies embedded in your own government seems performative. So I'm again wondering why there's been no statement from our local government condemning the 3%ers who are not allegedly part of your personnel and should be eligible to.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Molly, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I'm part of the PG community, and I've lived here for about 15 years, and my child is biracial. You know, I really want you to think about, for those of you who have children, how many times in your child's life that they've gone out and played with their friends. How many times they rode their bicycle My child has gone outside twice. They're 13 years old. Think about that. Think about what that means. A lot of people in the community call this a safe town, a quiet town. And I ask you, for who? Safe for who? Because it's definitely not my child. Today we heard at the inauguration Amanda Gorman in a poem called The Hill We Climb. And one quote from that poem was, "We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and we can't stay quiet about this." I know that we want to go along with this quiet town narrative that PG is safe and wonderful, castle on the hill, sparkling castle on the hill, but it is not. And I can't tell you how many African American families have quietly left PG because they're terrified of speaking their voice. I'm terrified too. This is the first time I've ever spoken in any public setting at all. And it terrifies me because I know that this puts my life in danger, that this puts my child's life in danger. And that's a frightening thought when you think about the people who are supposed to protect us are exactly the same people who would hurt us. I don't think that it's smart to put any more money into the police department. I think that, using force at the schools where the children, they need access to mental health, it has to be a priority. And we can't spend another dime on force. We need to spend it on the children, improving their lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I see no other hands raised.
All right, we'll close public comment. And let's see, we'll now go to the consent agenda. And I'd like to pull, as usual, item 9A, local emergency actions to be heard immediately following the consent agenda. Are there any other items? Council members, any other items you would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We have to ask the public.
Yes. Okay. Let's hold that motion for a moment and go out to the public. Does the public wish to pull any agenda item?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded. And we have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And I'll quickly recap what we just did. We've approved council minutes from December 16th and January 6th. We've held the second reading and adopted an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital improvement budget. We've held the second reading and adopted an ordinance to amend chapter PGMC chapter 6.07 to implement the voter approved half-cent sales tax. We've held a second reading of an ordinance to amend the municipal code to rescind the cannabis retail license approved by prior ordinance. And we've received minutes and highlights from the Monterey Salinas Transit Board from Councilmember Emilio. We've received a core revenue report from Director Hannah. We've received a report from myself on regional meetings. We've received a report on CARES Act Small Business and Emergency Rental Assistance Grant Program from Director Hannah. We've received a Monterey One Water Board report or review 2020 from Councilmember Smith. And we've received the minutes from the Beautification and Natural Resources Commission for July and September. And I believe that brings us to item 9A, local emergency actions. And Mr. Harvey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, this is the time in the meeting during our declaration of local emergency in response to the COVID-19 global pandemic, where we discuss actions that have been taken that need to be brought forward for the council and for the community's awareness in response to the global pandemic or the shelter-in-place order, or actions that have been taken that require city council ratification. This item also allows for a general discussion by the city council about the city's enforcement efforts. Between the last city council meeting and tonight, there have been no actions that require ratification or actions that are significant enough that we need to bring them to your attention. So my report tonight is brief, and I turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go out for public comment. I'm not seeing any public
I see no public comment.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for council comments. Well, I'll kick off some comments, and we've been asked, I think all council members, certainly, and probably our city manager and other city staff have been asked, when will vaccines come to Pacific Grove? And other council members have been on meetings as myself with the county and our city manager. And certainly the county has been receiving vaccines for health workers. This is the phase 1A. And they're working through all the health workers. I believe the number was 24,000 health workers in the county, a pretty large number. And so they seem to be making progress on that. Like, for instance, our hospital's CHOMP has received and been giving vaccinations, but the county has also been getting a few thousand vaccine doses a week, which is a very, very small number. So unfortunately, we don't have an answer as to when vaccines will be widely available in Pacific Grove. We're asking the county this question often, and will continue to be asking. I believe it's the vaccines are coming from either the state or the federal government. And so there's questions about how they're going to get here, and we'll be looking for answers to give the public. Mr. Harvey, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies for the interruption, but your comments did remind me that I should remind the council and the public that our very own fire service provider, the Monterey Fire Department, through its paramedics, has been vaccinating those in the first tier, including firefighters and police officers. So I just would want to share that with you. I know that you're already aware of that, but thank you for your discussion about that.
Thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't, Councilmember McAdams reminded me that in spite of our optimism in getting vaccinations in the near future, to please everyone, stay the course. Continue to do all the right things, the mask, the social distancing, the washing hands, and avoiding gatherings. And along those lines, I want to put out a tremendous thank you to all the businesses, particularly the restaurant owners and staff that have been in voluntary compliance with all the health measures. I know it's been extremely difficult. And with that, Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. The other, see, my internet connection is unstable right now, but the other thing is that the first responders also have to have a second vaccine. And I'm familiar with some doctors that have had their second vaccine, and the first responders get that. At the Monterey County website, there is a sign up form, and they will notify you when it's your turn. And I know my wife and I signed up already, so I just wanted to put that information out.
All right, thank you. And let's see, seeing no further comments, we'll close that agenda item and move on to the next agenda item. 11A, are amending the current year operating budget. Ms. Schaefer, welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. I'm going to share my screen for a minute. Quick. Yeah, so before you today, we're asking that you hold a first read to amend the Housing Budget Fund 34 for housing rehabilitation loans. So we budgeted that line item for $250,000 this fiscal year for loans to qualified homeowners. Well, at the time of the budget, we had a beginning fund balance of over $400,000 in this account. We limited our budget to $250,000, thinking of staff capacity and with the COVID-19 pandemic, would we be able to really spend more than that? Well, in September, we did fund a rehab project that was $223,000, which left only $27,000 in the budget. So we're asking that we be able to allocate the remaining $290,000 that's in the fund balance for Fund 34 to be allocated to this year's fiscal year budget, which would give it a total expenditure of $540,000. Now, this fund is a CDBG program income fund. It's independent of the general fund, and this is these are funds that we have to spend before we can even touch on any new grant funds that we have available. So because of this requirement, and because we need this money to allocate to a new rehab project, we're asking that you support the amendment of our budget at this point. And this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. We'll now go out for public comment.
I see no hands raised for public comment, Mr. Mayor. I take that back. I have one. Oh, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself, Nico.
Hello?
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Pete, I just had a quick question. Did item number 7C get removed from today's agenda?
No, that was just approved.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I just have a short comment, and that is the housing loan rehabilitation program run by Ms. Schaefer and her staff is nothing short of excellent. And it's just wonderful to see this, the way this helps our residents stay in their homes. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this fund and the the housing subcommittee that uses or accesses this money. In fact, I believe you had a meeting on December 14th and approved $135,000. This is the loan committee. So I think this is a great program. I don't think it gets near enough attention or praise. So I'd like to do both today. And just to be clear, this budget amendment does not affect the general plan. Is that correct? Or general fund, is that correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I just want to say this is a great program and certainly needed right now. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure, Your Honor. I'll move approval.
I'll second.
We could tie for second. Ms. Kendall, may we have a vote, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Smith?
Sorry. Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 11B, which is an consideration of an emergency ordinance to impose a temporary cap on food delivery services. Mr. Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to share my screen for a presentation, so give me a moment, please. Okay. Right, before you tonight is an urgency ordinance for your consideration, placing a temporary cap on third-party food delivery charges. Oops. I'm pleased to bring this forward to you this evening. This was initiated by your Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce. It's also supported by the local hospitality industry. Our city attorney's office put this together. It's modeled after the city of Santa Clara. There are similar ordinances in the city of Los Angeles and San Francisco. So what does it do? It caps the delivery service charge for third-party services such as Grubhub or DoorDash or Uber Eats to no more than 15% of the meal purchase price. It does not limit a customer's ability to issue a tip or a gratuity. If approved, this measure would sunset in 60 days under the premise that restaurants might have the dining ban lifted at that time, but of course there is no guarantee of that. As stated, it's an urgency ordinance. It requires a 5 out of 7 vote of the city council. And as such, it would take effect immediately. So with that, I'm available for questions, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Oh, and I see the city attorney has his hand raised. I'm sorry.
Mr. Laredo.
Okay, thank you. One slight modification. The ordinance under its terms as proposed sunsets 60 days after the prohibition of on-premises dining has been lifted. So it's not a 60-day, hard 60-day limit. It's dependent upon when does the prohibition on in-service dining exist.
Thank you, Mr. Laredo. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
All right, I'm sure we'll be calling on Mr. Laredo in just a moment. All right, I see we've got some public comment on this one. Ms. Kendall.
Thank you, Mayor. Mo Amar, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members, City Council. First and foremost, I want to thank City Manager Ben Harvey for moving this item forward so quickly. This item was brought to our attention by Pacific Grove's restaurant community. As you know, the restaurants have been severely impacted by prohibiting dine-in and outdoor dining. I asked the restaurants to participate this evening, but they declined. Frankly, they're afraid of retaliation by some of the delivery companies that might be on last evening. I'd like to read to you a list of some of the jurisdictions that have adopted similar ordinances. San Francisco, Berkeley, Santa Cruz, as you heard, Santa Clara County, City of Los Angeles, Oakland, Palm Springs, Hayward, San Mateo County, Alameda County, and I can go on, but my 3 minutes would run out if I mention all the cities and all the jurisdictions in California. On a national level, major cities such as Chicago and New York have adopted similar ordinances to the ordinance that's being proposed. What we're requesting this council this evening is to level the playing field and allow restaurants to survive the pandemic. I have a feeling you'll be hearing from delivery services as to how great they are and how well they pay their drivers, or how they negotiate with each restaurant independently based on the volume. You might also hear that business will decline if you limit the percentage. That is clearly not the case in other communities where we check with other chambers of commerce. Businesses is declining because restaurants are closing. So we request you to trust your local chamber of commerce. And I believe we have an obligation to support our local restaurants that not only pay rent, employees, but taxes to the city of Pacific Grove. And as you've heard, the ordinance will sunset in 60 days. In closing, I urge the City Council to adopt this urgency ordinance. And I thank you for your service, and I thank Mr. Harvey.
Thank you.
Chad Harrell, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Chad Worrell. I'm with DoorDash. I want to thank Mr. Harvey for, continuing to stay in touch with myself and our company these last few days around this ordinance. Just a little background on our company. I think it's important to note that, we actually provide a service for our restaurant partners. Our, restaurants choose to partner with us to offer online ordering, takeout, and delivery. We're proud to say that the odds of staying open during COVID-19 are 6 times more likely for restaurants on the DoorDash platform compared to those that are not during the pandemic. DoorDash has provided over $120 million in direct relief, marketing support, and grants to our restaurant partners nationwide. We've also developed new products and services, including DoorDash Storefront, which enables restaurants with 5 or fewer locations, oftentimes those that are hardest hit by the pandemic, to offer online ordering, takeout, and delivery at no cost. And it's important to note this program is actually free of charge through March 31st of 2021 on our platform. For our platform to work, it has to work for all of our stakeholders. Restaurants seeking to tap into delivery without having to make the cost-intensive investments in technology or personnel to do so. Delivery couriers, or dashers as we would call them, seeking to earn supplemental income. On average, dashers earn well above $22 per active hour they are delivering in Northern California. And customers in all corners of our towns and cities in all income brackets who want to safely order from their local restaurants. It's important to note from our perspective that, we view this as a 3-legged stool. And if one of the legs, is not supported, the entire stool falls. These orders interfere with existing contracts between restaurants and DoorDash, and they fall short of allowing the ability for us to cover our costs of service. With that in mind, I do want to at least acknowledge that every contract we have with a restaurant is actually that, a contract, an agreement between DoorDash and the restaurant to provide a service for them. While we as a company do not support commission caps, we think there are a number of other good policies out there to help support our restaurant partners. Tonight, in light of this, we'd like to actually ask the council to request striking number 2 and 3 in section 7 of the order. This information is contractual and should be known only to the parties involved in the contract. We disagree with the requirement to disclose contractual information to any third party and would kindly ask that this be removed from the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Frank Geisler, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Frank Geisler. I'm the CEO of Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, and I want to thank you and I thank you, the City Manager, for bringing this to the agenda tonight. The Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce, like your Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, has the mission to support the success of its members and to promote the regional economy. So when we talk today about the restaurant business and only them, let's assume and let's understand that they've been tremendously affected since the beginning of this pandemic in March of last year. So recapping, March 2020, shelter in place, the government shut down all restaurants and only allowed takeout and delivery. May, June of last year, the government allowed outdoor dining at the cost of additional infrastructure such as heaters, separators, decks, parklets, and the likes, and only takeout and delivery would be accepted. December again of last year, government shuts down all restaurants, no indoor, no outdoor dining except takeout and delivery. So to sum it up, these government actions result in dramatic losses for the restaurant industry and for all the businesses supporting them. So it goes from meat, fish, produce distributors, paper, printing, all of that has been affected as a result of those government actions. So the income of those companies is very limited now. The fixed cost that they still have to face is still there. They have to cover rent, labor, insurance, license fees, taxes, vendors, and everything else. So this creates this vicious circles that affects a lot of small businesses today. So I heard a lot about the counter argument about, a free market solutions. And to me, it defies logic. Government created this situation and the patient is dying. So when a dying patient is there in front of you, go ahead and take an aspirin, come back later on to see if you get better. It's not right. It's time for urgent measures and for the emergency ordinance that your city manager put on the agenda today. So we need to find a way to put a cap on third-party delivery, and that's one that the government must take. 15% is fair. It's during the pandemic. It sets up a sunset date like what you've done. And so do the right thing, City Council, and do it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Do we have any further public comment?
We do, Your Honor. I seem to have lost my participants. Just a moment, please. Jane Haynes, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I spent 90 minutes this morning at a forum that the city of Monterey sponsored to prepare its council for the very points of view regarding this food delivery service fee. Monterey is also considering a temporary ordinance. And I did talk with Mo this afternoon. And I also read some of the magazine articles on the Monterey website. It's called Have Your Say, Monterey.org. It's a great website. I support the Pacific Grove adopting this temporary ordinance because the Pacific Grove restaurants want it, and they want it for some good reasons. However, I do hope they don't regret it. DoorDash spoke at this morning at the forum this morning. Chad Horrell, who's spoken to you, spoke. Fred Geisler, the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, spoke. 2 Monterey restaurant owners spoke. One was for the ordinance, another one was very wary of the ordinance. What I learned is that DoorDash, of course, has to make a profit. 15% of a $20 meal is $3. That's not likely to cover their costs. And particularly for clients like myself, I use DoorDash. I order only 1 meal because I live alone. If I ordered 3 or 4 meals, they would be making 3 or 4 times $3 an hour or $3 an order. And so anyway, if Pacific Grove adopts this ordinance and Monterey does not adopt theirs, then DoorDash will need to decide whether or not it's willing to potentially serve Pacific Grove restaurants. And also, if Monterey adopts the 15% ordinance, just like Pacific Grove does, it's hard for me to understand how restaurants that have, say, meals in the $20 range are going to be served by DoorDash. However, since Pacific Grove restaurants want this, I support it. And I just hope, I regret that there wasn't more information given in the way that Monterey is giving information to the public with regard to this and other topics. So thank you. I do support it because Pacific Grove restaurants want it.
Thank you.
Kay Lobo, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I didn't catch the beginning part of the ordinance, and I caught towards the end where DoorDash, I believe, was presenting. And so I don't know what the cost is that's happening for the restaurants. It seems like that is privileged information. So I guess I would be interested to know what that is. I know each individual partner might be different, and I think that's what they were leading to. But as having my mother that lives in Pacific Grove, I order her food, and sometimes I'm not able to go and visit her and do that and bring it personally. So it's a hard one because we are community members and we want to support our local businesses, but also we do have a lot of elderly folks that live in Pacific Grove, and it just concerns me that if DoorDash does potentially stop delivering there, that would affect my family personally. So I'm kind of wanting more information, and I do like how there is a sunset where this will potentially stop or could potentially stop, but I don't have enough information. But again, I am a community member, and I do support my community. I would like to hear from restaurants, but I do understand the issues that could potentially come from that. So as a community member, it's kind of hard to kind of place on where we should really maneuver, especially given the pandemic. And they are deteriorating people from actually going and ordering, and those that aren't able to will really lose out. So if the Chamber of Commerce can come up with something, maybe an alternative way where if DoorDash doesn't deliver, maybe they can deliver to, locally. I'm not sure what that would look like, but I just would like to have the board take in consideration the elderlies that do live in Pacific Grove and how it can be impactful for them, and the families that but might not be able to live close by, that won't be able to service their parents or whatever the case may be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jeff, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much, Council. I wanted to speak on this as well. My name is Jeff. I just wanted to give a warning about when these six-figure salaried lobbyists come from dozens of billions of dollar capitalized companies to start pushing back about proposed laws that our community wants to pass. This is something that the likes of DoorDash are very good at. When our court system, for instance, wanted to make sure that gig workers had the right to organize, the rights to basic benefits like sick leave and healthcare, DoorDash was not going to have any of that. And then they tried to fight that in court. When activists and gig workers went and organized to go to the state legislature to try and pass through a measure that could actually get gig workers basic human rights as workers, DoorDash did not like that either. And so the will of our courts and the will of our state legislature were overturned, as you might know, by Proposition 22 this past year, where DoorDash was a prime sponsor in a $200 million proposal to make sure that the public was actively misled about what drivers supported and have gotten to where we are today. And where are we today? Well, DoorDash has now basically claimed the right to legislate in our community by mass misinformation campaigns spurred by their exclusive access to our community through applications that are installed on our phones and tags that come with the food that we need to survive. DoorDash has been valued into the dozens of billions of dollars. I'm so confused by my fellow community members who are saying, you know, DoorDash has to turn a profit. And I definitely understand having to turn a profit, but do they need to turn a profit that gets their CEO over a $1 billion capitalization? So I want to be very clear. When these lobbyists, and we know who I'm talking about, come into our community, they are not trying to make good with our business owners for the support of our communities. It's clear that they're not, because they're the ones that are pocketing the billions while our drivers get less and less. No, what they are coming with is a threat like they have elsewhere to, if they don't get what they want, legislate themselves. And I want to ask the council, is that a threat that you will acquiesce to? Because I think we've seen what's happened when we let tech companies legislate for us and don't stand up to people like Chad Howell. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amber Kirchner, you have the floor.
Welcome.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted. I apologize. Thank you to the mayor and the city council. Very hard to go after that. Boy, he was very detailed, and I appreciate that information. And I agree that we shouldn't respond out of fear, because we know that DoorDash is doing a considerable extra volume right now because of COVID and the restrictions. So that should offset the percentage loss that they would be taking. And we're all contributing, right? And we're all having to sacrifice, especially the restaurants. So it seems to me very fair to ask DoorDash to do that for this period of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. If you could, yes. All right, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all of the public comments, and I did a little research as well in preparation of this. I do support this wholeheartedly. However, in a few cities, DoorDash has added a new fee that the residents would pay. And so a good example is Chicago. they have a Chicago resident fee. So that's sort of how they're figuring out how to recoup the losses. I personally wouldn't mind paying, I think the most that has been said is $3.50. So they are figuring out how to recoup the loss. And so I just would like to make sure that we're all aware of that, and there wouldn't be a surprise if all of a sudden there's a Pacific Grove fee. So I do support this. I didn't feel very confident in the findings. I know with regards to an urgency ordinance, there's some very specific language as far as what defines an emergency or urgency ordinance, but I am still going to support this. And I would like to thank the restaurants for hanging in there, as well as the residents who continue to follow the guidelines through the pandemic. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks also to the Chamber of Commerce for initiating this effort, and to the city manager for being receptive and getting this urgency ordinance before us so quickly. The DoorDash representative mentions that delivery platforms are in a partnership with restaurants. That's absolutely true. It's very much a symbiotic relationship. So I would say in this time of COVID, the platforms need to help support their partners. And I will support this, but I would be interested in hearing from the city attorney if he felt so inclined to respond to any structural defects in the ordinance itself. Thank you.
Mr. Laredo, I think that's your question.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to two things. First, I'll take Council Member McAdams' comment. The findings do reference the requisite public health and safety issue. Item 1 is then that finds that there's an extreme peril to safety of persons, and that has then the listing of 8 different sentences further describing what that peril is. There's the finding number 2 that access to food is essential. And there's the finding in number 8 that an urgency ordinance effective immediate is necessary to avoid immediate threat to the public. So I think this more than meets the language of our charter that requires the finding to have this have urgency effect. If I could comment on the representative of DoorDash who referenced on page 116 of your packet findings items 2 and 3, and those are the disclosure requirements. And I do note that that was the only reference to the DoorDash representatives about the disclosure requirements. And I want to share that that disclosure element exactly parallels our template from the city of LA. And it's the LA references section 200.72 disclosures, and it does require the disclosure to the ultimate customer, the itemized cost breakdown, including the fees, commissions, and costs that are charged to the retail food establishment. And that's what this has in it. So I do agree that there's a value in having a conformance with other jurisdictions. I do note that the city of Monterey is going to be considering a similar matter in the soon. And if there is a significant difference in their version from ours, I do think it would be appropriate to then bring it back to the city manager to see whether or not a further amendment of this might be required. I have no further comments.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support this. I think the city manager, the restaurants, the Chamber of Commerce, and everyone who commented, I think, all throughout COVID, we've been having to make decisions, and sometimes they are right. Sometimes they need adjustments. Sometimes maybe they didn't work out. And so I hear the worry as well of what if we can't get food to our parents? What if we can't, what if DoorDash ditches us? And we'll adjust, but I don't think that they will. And this is during the pandemic. It's a partnership, as was said, and I think the restaurants will benefit from this. So I very much support it. And I just want to be very clear that this will go on until restaurants can go back to dining on the premises. Versus, is it indoor dining, then 60 more days? Is it outdoor dining, then 60 more days? Or is it just dining of some kind where we're not, I guess my question is, if the restaurants are able to go back to dining outdoors, then is it sunset after 60 days after that? Or is it just back to the full up dining like we used to?
Mr. Laredo, I think that's your question.
Thank you. The provision is to remain operative anytime customer capacity is less than full capacity at a covered establishment in the city of Pacific Grove, and then 60 days thereafter. So as long as there's a limitation on indoor capacity, then this would continue to have effect.
Okay. So if we go back in a month to being able to do outdoor dining, not that I know that that's happening, but if that were to happen, this would still be in effect as long as the restaurants are handcuffed in some way.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I support this, then that's all my comments.
Councilmember Badori.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody for your comments too. So I have a couple of comments and a question. First is I do support this initiative. I heard a lot of comments from a lot of folks, and everybody was actually referencing DoorDash. It appears to me that DoorDash is a monopoly, and really that shouldn't be the case. There are alternatives. There is Uber Eats, there is Grubhub. We should encourage competition. That's how we're all going to get better. And I think if all that I'm hearing is DoorDash, maybe they have a monopoly over here, and this certainly discourages that. So I'm there with everybody else. The question I had was in reading, it appears to me that the charge that's there for delivery is like around 30% or so. But technically, you can order DoorDash and you can pick up. And it appears to me that, at least from my reading, maybe I'm off, that the pickup charge is actually around 15%. So I was probably proposing that maybe we segregate this into two items, where if it's a delivery, then it's capped at 15%, and if it's pickup, then at 10%. Thank you.
I'm not sure, was that a question? Because there is.
Oh yeah, so the question was, are there actually two different kind of assessments by DoorDash or any other alternative vendor where delivery percentage charges are higher and pickup charges are lower? Because if you're limiting both to 15%, maybe it won't even matter for pickup.
All right, Mr. Laredo, I think we're talking about section 5A, 1 and 2.
Actually, this ordinance does not regulate pickup. This is a delivery fee ordinance. The definitions are geared towards delivery fee, and this does not. Section 5 does not affect just the ordering process. It's the so there is no prohibition of selling other promotional services by the DoorDash or anyone else to promote menus or take other orders.
So if I may, maybe I'm confusing things here, but let me know. If you're ordering through a service such as DoorDash or others, do I not also have an option to pick things up from the restaurant? And
Yes,
is the charge for the restaurant at that point in time, is that charge different than the delivery charge?
That charge would be that which is imposed by DoorDash or that which is a bargain with the restaurant, but that is not affected by this ordinance. This ordinance only caps delivery fee charges.
And can I then extend this to say, can we also add to the ordinance that pickup charges percentages should be capped to 10% with all things the same as they are?
I don't know anything about that portion of their business. If that's what you choose to do, certainly that would be by direction, yeah. We have drafted this ordinance to address the delivery function.
Sorry. So if this is for the delivery function only, could we, if we were to determine that pickup charges are have zero impact because of this ordinance, can we have another ordinance on top of this to restrict the pickup charges?
Of course you could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of this ordinance. I think we have to focus that these are the restaurants in Pacific Grove. I'm not too concerned about, I appreciate the comments, the person said nationwide, etc. But we got to remember our restaurants in Pacific Grove. They need this. And I'm in support of this ordinance. We really want to value one of our values is community involvement. And I think this is perfect for the city of Pacific Grove restaurants. And I'm in totally support of this.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one point on the delivery. I think most people actually call the restaurant directly to schedule a pickup, and that DoorDash wouldn't be used so much for that as they are for delivery. That's just my observation. Thank you.
And Councilmember McAdams, I'm hearing a lot of support, so.
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do so.
I move we adopt an urgency ordinance to establish a temporary cap on charges for food delivery services of restaurant food to prevent the spread of coronavirus disease and declare the ordinance to be an emergency measure to take effect immediately.
Second.
May we have a vote?
Yes. Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio? Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
And Councilmember Emilio seems to be frozen.
He is frozen. Let's.
Motion carries 601.
Well, wait a second.
Okay.
So the practice we talked about taking up to 3-minute break if a council member was having technical problems. I suspect Councilmember Emilio will find his way back within a minute or so. Let's just give it a pause.
I think you took the 8 o'clock break early.
And then, there he is.
I got zoomed out. Did I just get a vote in?
We waited for you to take your vote.
Thank you very much for waiting. I got blanked out there.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. And we'll now take a late break, 10 minutes. Let's reconvene at 8:46. Okay. I believe we are now, we've deferred item 12A, Ocean View Boulevard Traffic Assessment. So that brings us to 12B, Point Pinos Trail Project Bid Award. Mr. Go, Director Go, welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the City Council, I'm going to share my screen. Bear with me briefly. There we go. Okay, Your Honor, members of the City Council, members of the public, and city staff, I'm very excited to be here tonight to present the Point Pinos Coastal Trail Project Bid Award. This project has been a long time coming. We've been working on this since 2012, so this is a very exciting evening for us. So briefly, before I get into the details of the bid award, just very brief, the project objectives is to construct a continuous 5-foot wide DG trail, basically from the Great Tide Pool site to Acropolis. When we were designing the project, we evaluated the 30-year setback and how we were going to provide lateral access to the beach and the coastline. As you can see here, there's two sets of lines. The red line is the 30-year sea level rise, and the black line, dotted hash line, is the new trail alignment. And as you can see, almost all of the trail is outside of that 30-year setback. So what are some of the project benefits? The project will improve pedestrian access and safety. It will formalize parking. It will construct an accessible trail and approximately 10 beach access points. There will be more than 2 acres of native plant restoration, and it will enhance stormwater control. So some key milestones to get us to where we are right now is in 2017, the City Council approved a mitigated negative declaration, the CEQA document. The Coastal Commission approved a waiver for the construction of the project in April of 2018. The plans and specs were finalized in February of 2020, and in May of 2020, we released a request for proposals for construction of the project. Funding for the project has been a challenge, but we've been successful at securing all the funds. The city has allocated $250,000 through this year's CIP. We were successful at securing $1.8 million in a grant from the Coastal Conservancy. We also received a grant from the Regional Surface Transportation Fund, administered through the Transportation Agency of Monterey County, for $382,000. We have secured a California Trails and Greenways grant for an additional $381,000. We will need to use a little bit of our Regional Surface Transportation Program fair share funding of approximately $61,000 for a total secured funding of $2,857,000 and a little bit of change. So the construction expenses, when we went out to bid, Monterey Peninsula Engineering came in with a construction proposal for us at $2,533,000. This includes a contingency. We also will need to have expert construction management on this project. The trail people will be providing that for the city. They are the engineers of record and the designers of the project. Their construction management will be $263,000. And we will need to have tribal monitoring in addition to our archaeological monitoring for this project for an additional $61,000. So total expenses will be $2.8 million. So the construction scope for Monterey Peninsula Engineering will be to demo and begin site clearing to build the trail, storm drain installation, then trail construction, followed by the formalized parking. They will also construct ADA concrete parking and curb ramps adjacent to the parking and the driveway approaches. There will be habitat restoration, and following the completion of the project, Monterey Peninsula Engineering will have 1 year of monitoring of the trail. The construction management scope, which will be with the trail people, will respond to all requests for information and submittals. They will do the construction staking. They will help the beach access layouts. They will do our compaction and soil testing. They will do construction inspections. They will assist in the biological management of the project. They will assist with the CEQA, how the mitigated monitoring program will be administered. And they also, as part of their team, have the archaeological monitor on board, which is Dudek out of Santa Cruz. So the recommendation tonight is to authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with California Natural Resource Agency for the award of the additional $391,000 grant. We're working on a draft agreement right now, and this will authorize the city manager to be able to finalize that agreement. Enter into an agreement with Monterey Peninsula Engineer to construct the Point Pinos Trail project in an amount not to exceed $2,412,890 with the 5% contingency. And then enter into an agreement with the trail people for construction management of the Point Pinos Trail project for an amount not to exceed $263,449. That $263,000 also includes a contingency as part of their budget. And that concludes my brief report. I'm very excited again about having the opportunity to get this project started. This started in 2012 with the Recreation Board, and here we are 9, almost 10 years later, and we're ready to go build this. Thank you very much. I will stop sharing this screen.
Thank you. We'll now go out for public comment. Ms. Kendall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Mia Jarek. You have the floor.
Welcome.
Mia, you'll need to unmute yourself. I'll move on. Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, well, I wrote you about my confusion, my concern about why there was this separate discussion of a Native American tribal monitor. And so I'm hearing Dan say tonight that what I think that there is an archaeological monitor, that's great. But apparently there was not a Native American monitor planned from the start, and the mitigated negative deck has always, since the final version, the one that you took to the Coastal Commission, has always had both Native American monitoring and an archaeologist, a qualified archaeologist. So I would like to understand why that wasn't in there. I guess this happened so long ago that it was still in the days when the city wasn't bothering with tribal monitoring, and sometimes even archaeological monitoring, like at Lovers Point Coastal Access Project. But I would want to see some very careful language added to the contract with trail people to make sure that the tribal monitor is there at all times that they're required, and that they're not subject to let's see, what's the word I want to say? They're not considered secondary to the archaeologist, because they're two different things. Archaeologist, is a scientist, but tribal monitor is there for the very important cultural resources for the Native Americans, which may not all be all that important to the archaeologist. The archaeologist may only care about the things that haven't been disturbed by ground squirrels or other things, where the Native Americans are concerned about any portion of a tribal resource, whether it's broken or whatever. So I would just like the city to be very, very transparent and carefully monitored in their own monitoring of tribal resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there's no other hands raised.
All right, we'll bring it back for our council discussion. I'm not seeing raised hand. Oh, Councilmember Tomlinson, followed by Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Go, for this report and the background. I certainly have heard about it quite a few times, and it's just impressive to see all the money that you guys have worked really hard. Those numbers up on the one slide is just hours and hours of work getting that together and sorting out this project. So I share your excitement in getting it underway. I had one question on whether the Trail People Construction Management Company, have they worked with Peninsula Engineering before in the past? Do they have a symbiotic relationship where you think that they'll be able to work well within the budget that's prescribed together? I'd imagine they need to work hand in hand.
Yes, Councilmember Thompson, through the mayor. The Trail People have not worked with Monterey Peninsula Engineering. They are not local to say. They are based out of the Bay Area. Though the city, myself and Public Works, we have extensive work relationships with Monterey Peninsula Engineering. So I do not see that being an issue whatsoever. And Monterey Peninsula Engineering constructed the trail system through the Great Tide Pool site for us, which is rather wonderful also. So this will just be an extension of that project. I do not see any issue with the two. Now, Haro Kasunich, who is a geological engineer and is part of the Trail People's team, has worked with Monterey Peninsula Engineering. So portions of their team have.
Okay, thank you. It was great work. I very much support the authorization of these agreements.
Councilmember McAdams, then Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Go, and to all of your staff who have worked for over a decade on this. And I also would like to show gratitude and say thank you to former Councilmember Robert Hewitt. I'm sure he was instrumental in getting a hold of some of that TAMSI money, and I know that this project was very dear to his heart. So I'm happy to see this come to fruition. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith, followed by Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, this is just it's a triumph for the city. We're going to be improving coastal access in our city, and what great work by the staff to just keep running every single dollar down. And our contribution is only a fraction of the cost of this project, and that's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. So great work, fully supportive. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, indeed. Congratulations on raising so much grant funding for this project. Usually it's the other way around. The city is spending millions and, we get a couple tens of thousands or something like that in grant money. So this I mean, to collect this much grant money on an individual project is amazing. And congratulations to the mayor. This project's been his baby all the way back when he was on the rec board, I believe. So well done. I do have a couple questions. I would like to know who will be managing oversight of all the mitigation measures. That's my first question, Mayor.
Okay, of course, Councilmember Coletti through the mayor. Managing of the oversight of the mitigating measures will be the responsibility of the city and the trail people. So we have Dudek, who is going to be our archaeological monitor, who will handle any of the archaeological mitigated measures, along with, this will also answer Ms. Ciani's question, we will also have a tribal monitor present, which will be handling all of those mitigating measures. So we will have all the archaeological measures handled. Thankfully, it looks like our construction will be outside of the nesting bird season, which is basically February 1st through July 31st. We're good to construct. August through February or the end of January is the nesting bird season. So we should be able to construct without having to do those surveys. If we need to, the biological management team will go ahead and do those assessments. They're part of the trail people, biological resources. So it will be in conjunction with the city and the trail people construction management team that will handle all of those mitigated measures and make sure that they are followed.
Okay, and that includes the planting that's going to happen later on?
That's correct. And the planting that will happen later on will be strictly a member of the trail people, Kathy Lyons with Biological Resources Group out of Santa Cruz. They will be monitoring all of that. We've already been working with them to ensure that we collect the seeds and get all the plantings done correctly.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Of course.
One last question. Sure. Is there a cost breakdown structure and construction schedule available online just for those of us who like looking at such things?
We do have the bid tabulation that we've received from Monterey Peninsula Engineering. It's typically, we don't put those bid tabulations online. We typically don't do that because then the competitors can see where maybe didn't get the advantage or vice versa. But if it's the desire of the city council, I'm sure we could post something similar to it online. And we do not have a schedule yet. We will obtain a schedule from Monterey Peninsula Engineering once we initialize a contract and have that formalized.
Thank you very much.
Of course. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
May I elaborate briefly on that?
Please.
Once we do have a schedule, a construction schedule, we'll definitely be posting weekly updates with schedules, any closures to the ocean front, maybe roadway impacts, so on and so forth through the city manager's weekly summary and all of our social media avenues so the public's well aware.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. And actually hearing from everybody, this is a fantastic project. Like Councilmember Coletti, I certainly, in the millions of dollars of grants, that's really radical. So my question is actually more something related, but not exactly related to the project. But so I noticed in the meeting invite that there was only one bidder for this project, and we awarded to the one bidder. Now, why is that so? Why is there only one bid? Is this like the most complex system, or what is it?
Councilmember Peduri, through the mayor, it's tough for me to predict the amount of bidders that we're going to get for a project. We put out a request for proposals. We receive those requests in sealed envelopes, so we do not go out and solicit them. We post them. We give them to the contractors exchange. Multiple people pulled plans on this. They just didn't bid the project. There could be various reasons that they don't bid the project. Maybe there's a lot of construction going on. The construction industry is booming. Maybe they felt that they weren't going to be able to meet our timelines or be able to just have the staffing to be able to do the project. It's tough to tell why some contractors didn't bid it, some of the bigger names, maybe like your Granites or your Don Chapins. With that being said, I have full confidence in Monterey Peninsula Engineering on being able to achieve the project and do it successfully. We've done numerous projects with them, and I have no qualms about hiring them to do this specific project, the Point Pinos Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Go. If I may just ask one more slightly related question. In the grand scheme of things with construction projects, this is like in a close to a $3 million range project. Is this like considered a small time kind of project, or is it like big time because we're talking $3 million?
I would say, Councilmember Paduri, through the mayor, I would say in the grand schemes of construction for the city of Pacific Grove, this is definitely a larger project. The sewer projects, just to put it into perspective, the sewer project that we just completed with Ranger Pipelines was $3.5 million. And the stormwater urban diversion phase 4 project that we're currently under construction with Monterey Peninsula Engineering is about $3.7 million off the top of my head. So, and those are very large projects, putting pipes in the ground and repaving roads. So this trail project is somewhat significant, though it is very complex with all of the biological resources, the monitoring, the restorations that need to occur, along with building the trail and all the parking and access. There's a lot of moving parts, and I'm up for the challenge and I'm ready to get this thing going.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I was on the Recreation Commission, and Mr. Go, I wish I could remember at that time this was not brought up, but I was not on it 10 years ago. But I do want to say that I think this will be a great project for the city of Pacific Grove, and also for our visitors that come and wish to exercise and walk, and I think it's fantastic. And Mayor, I'd be willing to make a motion on this.
Well, I've got a few comments, and
Okay.
then I'll call on you to make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, before I make my comments, I just on this exciting project, I want to check a couple of questions from the public in regards to agreements, the construction agreement, and we just heard a question about an agreement for tribal monitoring, which I assume is with the Ocean tribe. What are we doing about public access for agreements? Are we posting them online, or do people have to make a public records act request? Mr. Go.
Your Honor, typically when we enter into an agreement for construction or any service, they're typically not posted online, though they are available for viewing through the city clerk's office through a public records request.
Okay. And the tribal monitoring is with the Ocean tribe?
That's correct. We will have the Ocean tribe be our tribal monitors for this project.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Of course.
I am so excited about this project, and Mr. Go knows that. Almost beside myself to see this actually happen. I'm going to add to his comment about it really didn't start in 2012. It started in the 1998 Coastal Parks Plan, 1998, 23 years ago. So think long-term, Council. When we're putting together plans, it may take a little while, but here we are. So good. I want to give a shout out to the 2012 Coastal Trail people, David Perry, Scott Hall, Al Sachs, and Preble Potter, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And then we had the 2016 Point Pinos Coastal Trail Project Advisory Group. And David Terry, Gene Anton, Hank Armstrong, Jennifer Grobin, Tony Ciani, and John Pierce, who's also not with us anymore. And the trail people were our consultants, and Mr. Go led that effort as well. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't do a shout out to Tim Duff from the California Coastal Conservancy, because they are providing the major chunk of funding for this. And without Tim's early support and encouragement, Mr. Go, would we be here talking without his support?
We would probably not be here talking, not in the current conditions that we're in financially, right?
Right. Certainly not. And so, last not least, Mr. Go and your staff. This is just so wonderful. So, turn to Councilmember Emilio for a motion.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion. Since we've discussed this, it's a very exciting project. I'm going to read it. Authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with the California Natural Resources Agency for the award of $391,922 Trails and Greenway grant to construct the Pompinos Trail project. Authorize the city manager to enter into agreement with the Monterey Peninsula Engineering to construct the Point Pinos Trail project in the amount not to exceed $2,412,890 plus 5% contingency. Authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with the trail people for the construction management of the Point Pinos Trail project for an amount not to exceed $263,449.
Second. May we have a vote, please, Ms. Kendall?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now on to item 12C, review equity through a lens of racial justice and healing. Councilmember Paduri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a presentation. Perhaps Sandra, could you share the presentation? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Before everything else, I wanted to mention that this, I know there are two equity items on the agenda today. Really, this equity item that I have is to complement or supplement what Councilmember McAdams is undertaking. This is an important initiative, so I wanted to make that comment first. So I had some time to actually think through equity matters since the council last met in December. And I think we need to somewhat dive into the specifics, which is why I'm proposing this concept review. Sandra, could you advance to the next slide, please? Thank you. So first things first, I wanted to say that usually when I talk to somebody new on equity, there's a fair bit of, I would say, confusion on what is equity and how does that compare to equality. That's why I have this graphic here. So equality is essentially giving everybody the same resources. So if you look at the graphic here, everybody's at the game. On the left-hand side, everybody gets a box, which is on the bottom, to stand on. But if you notice, not everybody is actually able to watch the game. So equality basically is giving everybody the same resources. However, as you can see, the tallest person is able to see things, whereas the shortest person over here is not even able to watch the game. And this is where equity comes in. Equity actually distributes those resources according to the need. So the tallest person actually does not even require a box, and so on and so forth. So when we think of equity, it's really giving everybody access based on the need. So I just wanted to start there. Sandra, if you could move forward. And then my thoughts were around how are we going to drive equity forward? And this is where I think we need to have an equity officer, somebody like a change agent that will have access to resources, both internally, will be able to push for change, and will also be able to drive things externally. So in other words, we need someone who's actually dedicated to the job. And this person, I mean, we're talking about somebody who, let me actually step back there. So diversity, equity, inclusion, these three words actually go hand in hand. Sometimes they're also referred to as D and I. Diversity is when we're talking about quantity. That means different identities and cultures that are all that we bring to the table. Inclusion is around quality. How are we actually participating with all these different identities and cultures together? And then equity is essentially the justice aspect of the situation. We're bringing policies, practices together for all identities and cultures. So to me, like the ideal candidate should actually be experienced with equity, diversity, inclusion, should actually embody that to begin with. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so when you're looking at the goals of the equity officer, really the goals of the equity officer are to improve the quality of life and be accountable to all community members. One of the big goals is really around how do we tackle systemic racism. However, if you look at it from an equity officer standpoint, you also need to take a step back to understand how do we even classify the inequities that exist today. So we need to have a baseline. And that's where the equity officer will play a pivotal role, just to make sure things are tactfully done, not only internally, but externally as well. Next slide, please. So the functions of the equity officer are listed here. And again, it's what I wanted to communicate was apart from being a strategic job, it is a demanding job. It requires access to, I would say, the top of the house. It requires somebody to work closely with community members. It requires the skills, really the competencies to effectively bring change. So I'm not going to read slide point by point, but that's the essence of it. And then finally, the last slide over here, if you can, Sandra, thank you very much. So the equity task groups, etc. I wanted to share something here. So equity is actually what I would consider, it's a shared understanding. So it's like race is basically the primary driver of equity that we see, but there are really inequities in various facets of our life. I'll give you a prime example. My wife and I like to go to sporting events, music venues, etc. It's half time, and guess what? There are equal number of restrooms, but there's an incredibly long line for women. And now why is that? I mean, everything is equal. Why does the women's restroom have an incredibly long line? So maybe we need to increase the ratio of restrooms there. Maybe there are other aspects, but really we need to make it equitable. So the point I'm really trying to make is equity can mean different things to different individuals. Equity, in my perspective, can be something, somebody else's could be something else. So in other words, we need to build the infrastructure and we need to have a relationship where we allow as many voices as we can from the community and give power to the community. That ends my presentation. Thank you. And so, sorry, I was going to say, so the my proposal here is that there are 3 recommendations in here, but I think the primary recommendation that I have is all these recommendations, I want them to be fed to the working group that Councilmember McAdams has going. But I do want the council to understand that the equity officer will play a pivotal role as we move forward. So I want to recommend that we hire an equity officer. One of the things that I presented in the deck, but I kind of glossed over it, as I do think we need to start from like having somebody hiring somebody who's temporary or on a contractual basis rather than making it permanent. See how things go and take it from there. Thank you.
Now go out for public comment. Ms. Kendall, are you seeing? I'm seeing one person.
Yes. Inga Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. It's an admirable thought. Believe me, the equity issue in this town is very interesting. I very much worry about putting someone else on the payroll. Here we've got furloughed people that they've just gotten a little bit back, but our sales tax increase doesn't kick in for a while and all kinds of things. So as far as a new hire of any kind, it's, we do have a human resources officer that should be well-versed in many of these things. And I don't know, maybe take some from the police department instead of hiring another replacement police officer. Hey, let's put it into equity instead. The other thing that I worry about, and this one is a very major one for me, is that you mentioned, Councilmember Paduri mentioned from the top, looking at things, and the top is what hires, that's the person who has the power to hire and technically fire, and probably hired the police chief. So, and here we've had him hire a transparency officer, a consultant that ended up being, and we knew it, a public relations person. So I very much worry about that because the power, it's the culture from the top down. And so the idea is great, but I would like to see probably not spending the money because we just don't have it and it's running out. Unless maybe you can find a grant too. Anyway, my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chelsea, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate what the previous caller was speaking to. Not one more dollar needs to go towards policing. It is a black hole of distraction, and I really fully support the concept of pulling money from the police department in order to fund things that the community does need, including some of, as the previous speaker was alluding to, furloughed and laid off city employees, including libraries, recreation, who could be supporting things like childcare, mental health resources, helping connect folks who are in need of eviction support. And I have a few places that I've seen in the budget, including the SRO, $70,000 that the police department, the city council is putting toward having a police officer on a campus. And like, mind you, this is during a pandemic. when we do not have students on campus. And there is a proven rise in mental health issues. We're in severe need of support there. So that's $70,000. And I'd love to also offer up the DARE program, which has also been dispelled repeatedly for decades as being ineffective. It's basically abstinence-only education for drug use. It's not effective for substance addiction issues. Again, that's $16,000 that could be going towards mental health resources for our community. Again, to allude to an earlier resident who referenced the 30% of our budget that goes to policing, $7 million in a town of 15,000. I really can't imagine why we would need a quarter of our budget or even 15% of our total city budget to go towards policing. And I think we need to be looking at renegotiating with the lobby, the Police Officers Association. Perhaps they should be paying the legal fees for misconduct. And we need to increase our ability to actually remove bad apples. So we have a lot of work to do. And it's more about the folks that are already in positions of power to use that authority to enforce the laws that are already existing for equity and discrimination, and opportunities that we have already within the existing budget to reinvest and reallocate our money into our community services. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring back to council for discussion. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Pedori, for putting this on the agenda and bringing it to us tonight. I think you have a great foundation and great information to add to the discussion, and I appreciate that. As far as directing the city manager to hire an equity officer at this time, I would like to maybe change the recommendation. I'm not opposed to having an equity officer, whether that be, our human resources, getting a consultant to help her, whether she has the skills herself, whether we have some, the who behind it, who would do this act and what the act is the part that I want to suggest that it be one of the first charters of this task force that we're forming, that they, we're going to talk about it next, but if they're meeting 12 times a year as proposed, and one of the things that they would start with is come up with who's going to be the expert, the resident expert to help run the task force. And I do think it should be someone who has experience and can help lead to it be inclusionary of all members of our community. So I don't really want to ask the city manager to go out and hire that person just yet, but have it come back to us from this, potential committee and ask that they do hire or appoint someone to have this role that you're talking about.
Councilmember Smith.
Sorry, I had my moving hand there.
Your thoughts?
Yes, sir. So I think that honestly, this has got to be folded into the working group. At this point right now, during the pandemic and with the issues we're facing, I can't support another employee on the staff. But more than that, I really think that it's going to have to be, it can't be piecemealed. I agree with Councilmember Tomlinson that we may be able to tackle these issues internally, possibly with the help of a consultant, at a greater value as far as cost, and I believe that our staff would be capable of doing that effectively. So, I mean, they're going to need a little help because some of these concepts might be unknown to them, but that would be my direction. I would defer action on this item completely, talk about the next item and try to fold in that into that item, but with some collaboration. I think that's going to be very important. So those are my comments. But I thank you, Councilmember Paduri, for a very succinct and excellent report.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Councilman Baduri. That was an excellent report. However, I can't support this right now because Inga had already taken some of my information out. But you know, we have a lot of employees on furlough. I don't believe this is a good time to be looking towards, not that I agree with what you've put on, there's no doubt about it, but at this time with all the employees furloughed, I think the timing and the lens through the community is not going to look too well on it. I agree it could be folded into Councilwoman's McAdams equity, but at this time I cannot support that. That's all I had to say.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this item forward. You know, I mean, for me, obviously, any salary or costs aren't budgeted for, but that doesn't mean, you know, I mean, we do have budgets coming up. Maybe that's something that we consider. Another idea that I had is there are other cities locally that are interested. Maybe there's a share of cost somewhere or some sort of collaboration that we can work towards. But unfortunately, you know, I mean, it's just for me as a council member, I have to be fiscally responsible, and I don't necessarily feel comfortable with, you know, directing the city manager to add any employee or any other staff. That's not necessarily what I do as a council member. So, but thank you for bringing this forward.
I want to echo all the comments. Thank you, Councilmember Paduri, for bringing this forward, your ideas and recommendations. Yeah, adding staff, particularly at this time, we just shouldn't be doing that. But I want to focus on a couple of other things that you spoke about, and one is going out to the community. And so I'll be waiting to hear for the next agenda item. I think that's really important as we explore this area, that we do get a wide range of community input. So I think that recommendation spot on. And I like Inga Dahmer's suggestion that we look for grant money to perhaps hire a consultant to do this. So those are my thoughts. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? We're going to need a motion to move forward, and if we don't have a motion, then this item essentially dies for now. But you've planted the seeds. The seeds have been planted, so that's much appreciated. All right. Without further comment, then we'll move on to the next item, which is Equity and Empowerment Initiative, Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And Ms. Kendall, would you mind bringing up the presentation? Thank you. And so this is the, oops. Sorry, can you go back? Thank you. So this is the working group task force recommendations. And next slide. So just to sort of give a quick summary on what we did on December 2nd of 2020, there was an equity framework for governance resolution, which we unanimously passed. We also unanimously approved membership to GARE. To date, we're not a member. Next slide. It was suggested by Councilmember Smith that the task force review the equity impact assessment, which is, looking at programming through an equity lens for all city policies, programs, and services. And then the fourth recommendation, council asked for additional information with regards to the task force. So we decided to form a working group. Next slide. So just a timeline, December 2nd was the council meeting. Council gave direction to come back in 120 days for me to come back. The working group, we had 2 meetings, one December 29th, one January 5th. And here we are today, January 20th. The working group participants, we had 3 Pacific Grove residents and 1 gentleman who was not a resident, and that was Dr. Daniel Fernandez. He is a CSUMB professor. We actually work with his students a lot. Naja Marks is a resident of Pacific Grove. Feroz Karai as well is a resident of Pacific Grove, and also Sue Paris. And their sort of resumes and LinkedIns are included in the agenda packet. So the first recommendation that we have is to change the task force name. Once we started talking, diversity, equity, inclusion, those are the words that came up a lot. The prior name was the Governmental Accountability Task Force. And once we started talking, we really went, actually, this is more of a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we looked up that name, and actually a lot of cities, a lot of universities, a lot of companies have this already. And there's already a lot of policy and information. So that is the first recommendation, to change the name. Something else I was asked to return to council with was the purpose and charge. And so as we started in our discussion, we sort of came up with a mission statement, which is the purpose of the task force is to promote a culture of respect, inclusiveness, and diversity that serves the needs of both residents and visitors alike. And then as far as the charges, charged with improving the city's social impact by reviewing the policies and programming through an equity lens. And the task force will provide recommendations to the council for consideration, just like all of our other committees and commissions. So with regards to the makeup of the task force, we are recommending the task force meets monthly, has 5 members and 1 council liaison. 4 of the members will be registered voters in the city of Pacific Grove, and then 1 member would be an expert and or be in the profession of policy and or social justice. We also see those in other commissions that we have in the city. The task force shall meet 12 times during the trial period, and then from there, return to council and possibly request an extension, or perhaps, have the request of becoming a permanent group. So we wanted to provide some examples of what the task force could work on. So we pulled from the name. So obviously, with equity, equity examples would be a data collection to determine if city infrastructure and or state of repairs are equitable in all areas of the city. So do some areas get better treatment? Do some areas get allocated more money? Are the city projects looked at equitably? And are we investing equitably within all of our neighborhoods and communities? Also with equity, an example of another sort of project that the task force could take on is access to open space and green space. Is it accessible and equitable to residents and visitors? And then another project could possibly be citywide gender neutral bathrooms with changing stations. So those are just some examples of an equity component of the task force. And then some inclusion examples would be perhaps the task force could take on an initiative to remove the race-based restrictive covenants that we do have in our residential property deeds in the city of Pacific Grove. Also to look into the city's programming. Do we accommodate all income levels and or our Black, Indigenous, and people of color? And what are our programs lacking? And then also, what Councilmember Pajori had said, and something the mayor said, is this really important component of community engagement. So to have a website form, an idea was tea with the task force, have social media presence, do community word clouds, other community events that would just really bring all of us together. And then also with the website form, even though the city does have, like on the police department, for example, they have a form that you can fill out if you had if you had a bad experience with the officer, but maybe some people aren't comfortable with that. And also, coming to public comment, if you wanted to say something, sometimes people aren't comfortable. So a website form that would come to the task force, we're really hoping that the community would feel safe and know that they have a place to go to and they have a group that's there to support them and sort of help them maneuver whatever they want to say. And then diversity examples, data collection came up a lot. Who lives here, who works here, who visits here, who owns the businesses. But we really don't have a baseline. And there's lots of data already out there. And so to pull from that, pull from United Way, we can pull from the census data that's coming out. Our housing consultant is coming together with some great data, and also Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. So, the task force can really sort of put everything together and we would have a good baseline, because unfortunately right now we don't have anywhere to start from. Another task regarding diversity is to look at our city events. Are they diverse? Are they inclusive? Can we create more cultural celebratory events? And just really start that dialogue. And actually the dialogue's already started, but to just continue it more and again, offer that community outreach or that community space for people to come and sort of share how they feel. And then also exploring diversity outreach. Do we encourage diverse business owners to bring their business here? Do we encourage diverse visitors or people to move here? So, if we are America's last hometown, I think we need to sort of broaden that definition. And the next slide. So that's it. Thank you so much. The recommendation is to form the task force for a 12-month trial period. And thank you for your time.
We'll now go up for public comment, Ms. Kendall, and caution any public speakers, please confine your remarks to the task group and the recommendations of Councilmember McAdams, we just heard. If you have comments on that subject, we'd love to hear them.
Chelsea, you have the floor.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. So I do really want to appreciate the intentions of where some of the council members are coming from, and wanting to center issues of equity. I'm just concerned why we're still asking all these questions with an if. If there's issues of equity in the way that we invest, I'm sorry, but that's like a question we've had the answer to again for decades. Every single pattern that we see in the data does not exclude Pacific Grove because people think that everyone's really nice here or whatever. I'm not sure where this notion comes from, that it's different than the national pattern here. And so when we find a 3%er militia affiliated police officer who's been working in the ranks for years,
Ms. Lee,
is affiliated.
Ms. Lee, we're
Yeah.
talking about this diversity task force
Yep.
and the program. We're not talking about police at the moment. We've heard you speak on this already twice tonight. We'd love to hear your comments about what Councilmember McAdams is proposing.
I'd appreciate back that time that was interrupted because I think the notion that this isn't connected to policing and that this equity task force isn't a direct result of what's happening currently in Pacific Grove. I don't think that that's a fair distinction. And I'm not going to exclusively talk about policing. I just want to acknowledge that the proposal is for one monthly meeting for a year to maybe come up with some community events and bathrooms. I just really think we don't need to move at a pace that's this slow. We already have so many of these answers. Why can't we start investing right now with the things that we already know to be true? Again, based on the data that's already out there. Again, I really appreciate where the sentiments are coming from. I just think that the pace and the expectation is just to talk and keep renaming task forces instead of actually taking action and holding people accountable for our very clear conduct, policies, and laws. And I think that we are a lot more capable of action right now without waiting for task forces and people to keep talking about it instead of taking action. And so I appreciate where the sentiments are coming from. I just really believe that we can move faster than this. And I'd appreciate you all speaking up to make that true. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion. And sorry about that. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions for the city attorney. I'm just trying to understand some of the nuts and bolts of this. Would a task force be subject to the Brown Act and noticing Mr. Laredo?
Yes. Doesn't matter whether you call it a committee, a board, a task force. If this is appointed by the council, if this is a body that reports to the council, and this is other than a subset of the council, this is a committee and it is subject to the Brown Act. The reason that the working group was not is that was appointed by Councilmember McAdams, and that was structured by that. Council was very specific about that, but this definitely would be a Brown Act body.
Okay, thank you for that. And the reason why I was kind of asking that is because I know our boards, committees, and commissions cannot have a member of staff on them. I believe that's in ordinance. I believe I've seen that. But I'm wondering if a task force can, but I think what I just heard from you is that a task force and a committee, at least in this context, would be the same.
It's one and the same. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Regarding members, I think we definitely need, and I think I made this point back when it was this item was originally discussed. I definitely think we need to have staff involved. And I would speak also to Councilmember Pedori's suggestion on the last agenda item. I completely understand the function he's trying to fill, but I would suggest perhaps that that function can be realized through our HR department, perhaps our HR director. And I'm wondering how we could fold in that functionality into this task force committee, whatever it's going to be. So I'm going to need a lot of questions answered on how this committee functions with staff, how staff is going to support it, and then how that all comes back to council for policy discussion. Thank you.
That was just a general question for council. That wasn't directed at a specific. Was that directed at Councilmember McAdams or?
No, that was just my feelings on the matter right now. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a similar questions, and I first of all, Councilwoman McAdams, thank you for coming back so quickly, having 2 meetings over the holidays, and coming back with these recommendations. I looked into, the 2 that were unanimously approved that you talked about first. The one about becoming a member of GARE, and I believe you probably got the update as well, but that is in the works. So I know that I did get a report out on that. So that's good news. I kind of did the who, what, where, when, and why check. And I absolutely, understand of course, the where and then the when, and I agree with it. And the why, I know why we need to do this. And the what, thank you for providing the mission statement and the examples of what would be done. So this is like a board or a commission. We'll call it a task force. It needs to be Brown Act. It needs to have noticing. It needs to have agendas and staff support. So one of the things that was, agreed upon was that you'd work with the staff and city attorney when you came back. I don't know if you had time to do that yet, but maybe we can ask them here tonight. Or what was their comment on how much staff could support this? Would it be Letitia, the head of HR, to staff these, 12 meetings? Did you get staff's input on that?
I wasn't asked to do that, but I did include in the agenda packet. There's some questions I posed to the city attorney about the difference between a committee and a task force, and if it has to be following Brown Act, et cetera.
Okay, yes, and thank you for that. And then Councilmember Coletti asked it, and the city attorney has now verified it yet again. So I'm very clear on that. Can staff support what we're proposing? Because I hope the answer is that they can. Did they say they could? Could we ask the city manager?
Mr. Harvey?
Thank you. Through the mayor. No, we've not been consulted as to how we could support this, but we certainly are available and want to. I think that was a direction from the last council meeting. We want to support that. Thank you.
Okay, so my only couple of items is I'd like to be sure that staff can support it. I'm hoping that they can. And then the nuts and bolts of the appointment process. I mean, normally the mayor, we're kind of going to get to that item later here, where the city clerk would put out that we have this new committee forming, task force, let people apply for it, and have the mayor, go through those applications and then make his recommendation to us, and then we approve it. I'm assuming that's kind of the idea behind it. He'd also appoint the council liaison, as he normally does, for these types of things. And so I just want to be clear that that's what you have in mind, Councilwoman McAdams, not necessarily these 4 individuals who hopefully they'll apply, but they aren't automatically on the task force, right?
Correct. I mean, it would be exactly what you're saying, just like all of our other boards and commissions. Okay.
Yeah, I think this would give a great avenue for the public to be able to participate, and having it be done, under the Brown Act rules, and getting input, and it's a laundry list of things that, rank and file and prioritize what ones you would tackle first. I mean, that's like I think it's well more of a list. It's a good start of a list, and there's certainly more to add to it, as we heard tonight from various public commenters. So thank you for clearing that up.
Councilmember Paduri.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember McAdams, for a great presentation. I hear the staffing kind of items raised, and I actually have the same kind of concerns related to staffing, especially with my motion, which equally had a staffing issue. One is, the GARE assessment, for instance, it's a tool. Somebody needs to work on the tool. Somebody needs to be trained on the tool. Somebody needs to practice, etc. So we need somebody who's experienced with GARE. And so hopefully this task group will, however we form this, we have that as one of the items that is required. The second thing is, if you look at the concept of equity itself, we're defining how the committee makeup is here. And I wanted to understand the council member role here within the group. Is it as a liaison? Is it how is the council member? So let me put it another way. All the items that you proposed, how are they actionable? So this task group comes up with an action to say XYZ needs to be performed. What happens then? Because this is really an actionable event.
Well, it's just like any other board or commission where they would bring a recommendation to council.
Okay. And is and so with that being said, the council member position with respect to the task group, is that like a liaison?
That's what it says.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I mean, so as long as, and we are not, from my understanding, because the recommendation says establish a group as defined below for a 12-month trial period. We're not establishing the committee today, right? We're trying to understand what the committee is before establishing it. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, it says establish a task force on diversity, equity, and inclusion for a 12-month trial period. And then also included in the agenda report, it says that the group would come back and possibly ask for an extension.
Yeah, what I mean is knowing that this is a Brown Act body, and there are some implications that are related to a Brown Act group, working group. Is the idea today to understand what the committee structure is and then come back to determine how a Brown Act committee would be formed? Or are we making that decision today itself?
Well, that's not what the recommendation is. And if the city attorney wants to jump in, I think you can only form a border commission by way of an ordinance. Isn't that correct?
This should come back by ordinance. Your other committees are formed by ordinance, unless this was to be an ad hoc committee.
Right.
So so in other words, whatever we agree upon, this will come back to the council in the shape of an ordinance, and then
No, it's just for 12 months. And then maybe in 12 months, when it comes back, at that time,
okay.
It's just a trial period. Because at the first meeting, the council seemed not wanting to do that. That was my sort of first recommendation. That's why the work group came about.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
Let me jump in here. I see this very much as a 12-month ad hoc 5-person committee. I think we ought to give this a lot of freedom to work. I know I'm not familiar enough with this area to say how it's going to move forward. I'm not sure what the level of confidence of the rest of council is, but I'm comfortable with what I've heard. Like I said, giving this committee some freedom. I would definitely like to see the committee come back at least in 6 months and check in with us to see what they've provided, what they've produced, and where they're going. And then I would be, I'd be really comfortable with a 12-month. Let's figure that this committee wraps things up in 12 months, and then if there's a sort of phase 2 or another way of handling it on a more formal basis, then we can work on that at that time. That's my thoughts. I heard the public outreach part of it. I liked that a whole lot. I don't know. We don't know what the staff involvement is, but I'm assuming at the very least it's to help run Zoom meetings, and perhaps Ms. Livian will be producing some or pointing to where some policy or operations documents are that this task force can look at. Anyhow, those are my thoughts. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, this might be Mr. Laredo, but some of the advisories and commissions I've been familiar with is there's usually a 5-member plus a council liaison, and then there's a staff person. Actually, I have 2 questions. Mr. Laredo, if this is going to be a Brown Act, should there be a 5-member task force and Councilwoman Adams and then McAdams and then a staff member? But I do have a question on the staff member, but I wanted to ask you, does it have to be a 5-member plus the liaison?
The Brown Act does not control that. You can populate it any way you want. The Brown Act just requires defines a quorum for when there are meetings, defines the notice and the fact that the public has an opportunity to attend each of those meetings. So
okay.
Once you decide how many you have, that will decide how and when meetings are technically going to be held.
Okay. Thank you, Council Member McAdams, for putting this forward. The other question I had is for the city manager. Mr. Harvey. So we have approximately, I know, 12 to 14 committees, advisory people. We have staffing for all those already. For example, the Recreation Commission. Okay. So I'm just wondering about.
Looks like we're losing Councilmember Emilio.
So, Mayor, can I just jump in really quick?
Please, and maybe Councilmember Emilio, if you could re-log in to Zoom, that seems to be helping.
So I just wanted to share, a comment that came up in the working group when we were talking about the who, what, when, where, and how long. Sue Paris said something which was great. And she said, it took decades to get here. And so, because actually the working group pushed back on 12 months. They're like, it's taken, decades and decades to get where we are now. And there's still injustice and there's still racism and there's still all of these issues, for the council to be like, 12 months, I don't know what the expectation is, what the expectation of what's going to happen in 12 months. Can some things get done? Sure. But, just keep in mind that it's taken, hundreds of years to really form the systemic racism and the prejudices and all of those issues that, where people of color are dealt with. And so I don't want it to be, if you're concerned about staff time, then forget it. This is a investment in our community. Do I want an equity officer? Yeah, absolutely. But I know that there's not the political will for it. So, we can hem and haw about a task force and what is this and what is that. But the fact of the matter is we're going to do this or we're not. And I want all of us to be excited about it. We're answering the call of the community. And I'm not really getting that from the questions that are being posed and the statements. I understand the logistics and I went through the hoops and got all the answers that you wanted. And, here we are. So, I would look at this as an opportunity to respond to the public comments that we've been getting for almost a year now. That's what this is. And so we want to do this or we don't.
Councilmember Emilio.
I didn't, I got zoomed out again. I'm sorry. And I'm back online. So I've only caught part of Councilman McAdams' thing. I just wanted, I don't know if she heard what I said. I said I appreciate it, and I didn't get I got zoomed out when I asked about the staffing issue to help Councilman McAdams with the task force. But that was all I had to ask. So that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm kind of with the mayor on this as far as, the procedure is important. The way we structure this is important. And the concepts, the presentation itself, some of the examples that Councilmember McAdams had, I actually thought were good examples. So I can, I kind of got a better idea for what they're kind of thinking on that. So that was good, but we do have to get it right as far as what's the procedure how is it going to operate? And I just don't, at this point, I don't have enough information about that. I mean, the city attorney was clearly not heavily involved in the development of this item, and nor was the city manager. So I kind of think it's a little bit nebulous, and the ad hoc, but I am with the mayor on the ad hoc nature, a 12-month, and then obviously there'll be a chance for to re-up it, at the appropriate time. But I think that's a wiser path than to do it another way. So my other issue is the selection of the group. It's not clear to me how the group will be selected. And I think in part because, this wasn't a lot of time to put all this stuff together. This is a fairly complex little thing. So I think that maybe just wasn't enough time for all of that to take place. And so I just would want to do our due diligence, do it well, and set this committee up for success by making sure that they don't run into some roadblocks as they go down the path, and that we just didn't think about. So I don't want to overanalyze it. That's not what I want to do. I definitely support these concepts. And I'm not trying to overanalyze it, but I think it's important that we know how that's all going to happen, and kind of doing it on the fly it's kind of hard in my mind. But I'll leave it there right now. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I'm going to certainly agree with what Councilmember Smith has just said. We do have to get it right, and there's just procedural nuts and bolts issues that just have to be reconciled. And, just the basics, like who's going to be on the group. They say a failure to plan is a plan to failure. So I don't want to be, and this is an important thing to do. So we'll just do it right. We've got time. We're not in a hurry. I have a question for the city attorney. If we do structure this as an ad hoc committee, can we have more than one council member on that committee?
It's a Brown Act committee, so yes, you can.
Well, I'm going to really advocate that we have two council members, that those two being Chap Spadori and Councilmember McAdams. The whole point of this is to have diversity thrashed out. So I think we should have diversity in the group. So I would like to see two council members, and those are the two I would like to see. And then we have to get buy-in from staff. We just do. I mean, they're doing a lot of the legwork on this. And so I would want to see in the motion to form this task force. I'd like to see two members from council, Padori and McAdams. I want to see buy-in from the someone in staff, perhaps HR. And then I think it's really important to get someone from the city attorney's office, perhaps Miss Quinn, someone who actually has working knowledge of the law that will reduce a lot of the thrashing that kind of comes about when people get in a room and they're not exactly sure where to plug in these ideas, because there is a legal framework that we have to operate under. And I think we can reduce a lot of perhaps wasted time if we have a legal someone with legal experience in the group. So those are my thoughts. Two members of council, someone from staff, and someone from the city attorney's office. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I do think that, that it was mentioned to take 120 days to come back, and you're way ahead of schedule. We are ahead of schedule with this. I'd like to acknowledge the what, where, when, why, and all that is golden. We need to figure out the who, and work with staff to do that, because these are some fantastic members of the community who want to step forward and serve on this committee, including council members. And I don't want to waste their time if they don't have the support that they deserve from staff and from the legal help as well. So my suggestion would be, we're almost there, but if at the next meeting we could come back with a little more meat on the bone here of the who and how we're going to come up with it, because it seems like that's what all the council members' questions are, we'll be there. And just because we're asking questions does not mean we don't support this. I mean, I think everyone is supportive of it. We were supportive of it December 2nd, and I certainly am today. So that's what I suggest, is that we ask you, Councilwoman McAdams, to come back with a little more clarity on the who and work with staff to have this committee have the support that it will deserve and need.
So if I may, when you mean who, do you mean the people that will be on the group, in the group? Because I don't understand how to do that. We basically would be doing a call for applications like any other.
Yeah, so a paragraph that would say the committee members would be formed this way, with the way you were about to describe: a call for applications, appointed by the mayor, approved by staff, by council.
That's the only way that we do this, unless it's a subcommittee. But that's really the only way that we have these sort of working groups, boards or commissions or task forces. An example is the short-term rental task force. It's the same thing. I don't know. Okay.
I think those folks were just appointed, is what your report said. So it was different than applications. So to be inclusionary, I want there to be a public call for applications. And so, and actually how you slice it is what we're getting into here tonight, which my recommendation is come back with, here's how I recommend we do it for the committee members. Here's who the staff will be, whether there'll be a city attorney or not. And then, 1, 2 council members and appointed by the mayor, that just the nuts and bolts of how we'll fill the seats. And we've kind of hashed it out tonight, but putting it in a recommendation would help. And I think that some of the who is the staff, and we don't have buy-in. Staff is still asking us to do committee meetings every other month. So now we're asking staff to help out with a new monthly meeting. They may have some input and say how or what they can do to support this. And we haven't gotten that piece yet.
So I recall the December 2nd meeting, and the city manager can probably chime in here, that there was an offer of staff. And then there was also the offer of the city attorney's office to help me as far as differentiating a task force between a subcommittee and a board, et cetera. But I do recall that December 2nd, and go ahead, Mr. Harvey, if you want to jump in, that there was an offer of staff support.
Through the mayor, yes, of course, staff would like to be involved in the effort. The conversation, as I recall, was there was a direction to involve the city manager and the city attorney in this effort. And we would like to be involved, because I think we have a lot of questions that we'd like to have answered, but we to date have not been involved in it.
Let me jump in here. It looks like we are heading towards a very formal committee. Be that as it may, I've just heard a couple of council members suggesting we have 2 council members on this. Council members McAdams and Fedori being the obvious candidates. I think we just heard Mr. Harvey implied that staff is available to assist in having Brown Act meetings. And of course, the city attorney's office stands available on an as-needed basis. That makes sense. Our city attorney's office doesn't normally attend city committee meetings with the exception of council and planning commission. And also what I've heard seems to be a direction to having a public call for applications through the standard process, through the city clerk. Did I get that almost right? And I also heard, there's there is support for this moving forward. And even though we're not literally jumping up and down, I'm hearing that everyone is supportive of Councilmember McAdams' direction. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick clarification for me. I think you had brought up, or somebody had brought up the notion of an ad hoc committee. Are we discussing a normal committee now? Because that's what I'm hearing. Like just how any other committee would exist in the city. Is this going to be the same form?
Well, I'm hearing it is of the same form. We're going to go through an application process. It's going to have staff person. I believe by making it ad hoc, we don't have to pass an ordinance, but I will defer to Mr. Laredo. I wasn't clear on that. If this is a 12-month ad hoc committee, do we have to pass an ordinance?
No, you do not. You can do it by minute order, or you can do it by resolution, as long as it's time limited and this does not have a perpetual embodiment.
I suggest, thank you. I suggest we do this by resolution at the follow-up meeting where we also approve appointments to the committee. And I'd also suggest that we increase the number of people on the committee to allow much more inclusion and diversity.
Yeah, and if I may, I would suggest that we also increase to your point, not only the council members, but also the group itself. I think it should be expanded to 7 at least.
Yeah, no, that's actually, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. That's what I was proposing.
Okay, very good.
More people on the committee. I'm not going to throw out a number, but on this ad hoc committee, more folks. So, Councilmember McAdams, how does that sound? I know it's not what you came into the meeting thinking, but can you live with that?
Yes. No, absolutely. I think that's good. And also something too, I mean, we'll see when there is a call for applications, if people are really committed to providing their time. There's a big difference between calling in for public comment and having to show up and do some work once a month. So I would encourage when we get there, please, as for a lot of people to apply.
If Councilmember McAdams and Councilmember Pedori, if you could please write up a description of your expectations for the committee members and provide that to the city clerk. I think that's a great idea that you would set those expectations up front. I think that would be helpful. And Ms. Kendall, how does that sound to you? We've just been making work for you.
It sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And so I think we're providing direction at this point. Is there anything outstanding that council needs to do at this point?
Mayor, I do have one question. So regarding the resolution, is that something that the city attorney's office will draft? Or who is doing the resolution component?
Our office certainly can assist there. Staff can. You know, we would need to have input as to the substance of that resolution.
And the resolution, if I might jump in, the resolution is to form the committee. Yeah, okay. All right, if there are no further questions or comments, then we conclude item 12D. And it's after 10 o'clock. So we're going to need a motion to hear any more items tonight. Or let's see, I'm just looking at the agenda. We have our consultant here tonight for the comprehensive annual financial report. If he's still here, we may want to consider hearing that. And then I'd suggest we can move that the other items be continued.
A question, Mayor. Yes. Can you continue 13F? Because I believe that's a time sensitive appointments to the board.
Yeah. On 13F by policy, it's supposed to be done at the second meeting in January, but it only by policy. And there's no committees, boards, or commissions, I believe, that meet the first week of any month. So if
they won't have any meetings where these people have already vacated.
That's right.
Thank you.
I believe so. Anyone can jump in and correct me, but boards, commissions, committees only meet the second through the fourth week of every month. We're the exception, Council.
Excuse me.
Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this item should be continued because it looks like we have more openings happening in present commissions and possibly a future ad hoc committee.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, can you please clarify what items you were saying?
I'm suggesting, because we have the consultant here for our audit, that we go ahead and hear that as the last item and then continue the others. The only other one that I think might be time sensitive, I'll turn to Mr. Harvey, is our COVID-19 small business grant program.
I can be very brief, Mayor. It is time sensitive. The sooner we can get to it, the better. But if we are meeting the first week in February, I think it's not a long delay.
Okay.
May I ask a question, Mayor?
Please.
Mr. Harvey, with regards to the grant program, there's no deadlines or funds that have to be distributed by a date?
No, this is a proposal. It's a concept review item, and it is your own money from the general fund.
Okay.
Well, given that, I'm open for a motion. What would you like to do? Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yeah, yes, sir. I would like to move that we hear item 13B as well as F. I feel that if we approve it at the first week of February for F, then it all will work out. But if we make some changes or don't approve it, then having to bring it back could have some implications to the boards and commissions. So I'd like to do B and F and then continue all the other items.
I second that.
Any further discussion on the item, on the motion? Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that I'll modify that we listen to the consultants and we move everything forward, because there's obviously some openings on some commissions that may get resolved by the time we meet again, which is, I believe, next week or 2 weeks from now. I'm not sure. That's it.
Is that a substitute motion or?
Yeah, that's a substitute motion.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Okay, is that, can you clarify that motion, please? What was actually moved?
The motion I mentioned was we listen to the consultant since he's here, and that's it. And the rest of the items get moved to the next agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Amelia. That's what I thought I heard. I just wanted to make absolutely sure.
Bit tired.
Late.
I'm fried, man. Yeah.
Okay.
So can I comment, Your Honor?
Oh yeah, sure. I thought you're finished.
So my comment would just be, I'm ready to go, and I would just end the meeting now. I mean, we always have people around, that have to stay, and sometimes we don't get to their stuff. So that would be my statement on this. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I can support hearing 13B, and we have to show a little respect to people who do wait around. So I think that I know I wouldn't want to be in the position of having to listen to us for 4 hours and then just say, okay, good night. So I think we should hear 13B for sure. So I would support, I was going to say Congressman, Council Member Emilio.
All right, let me just check with Mr. Laredo. If we will vote on the substitute motion first, and if that fails, then we vote on the second.
That's
on the
correct.
Original motion.
That's correct. If the substitute motion passes, then there's no need to go to the original.
All right, Ms. Kendall, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Right. Thank you very much. We'll now turn to, I see our Director Hannah is with us. Welcome back. The floor is yours.
Honorable Mayor, Council, and members of the public, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a brief presentation, and then I will turn it over to our independent auditors. The city contracts with Chavin and Associates, a licensed CPA firm, to audit the city's finances. This occurs annually. Mr. Sheldon Chavin is the managing partner, and he's with us tonight. Just some general information before we start. He's going to share the audit results. We've also provided year-end financial update in October. Rather than go into details, I'll just share with you the differences that we see in the general fund from where we were at that particular point. February and March is going to be multiple times, and we'll be looking at financial information. We're going to have the mid-year budget presentation. We're going to have the local water project business plan, and I'll be working on the financial side. In accordance with the city's financial policies, we'll look at a 5-year forecast, and our city clerk is looking for some dates for a special meeting for a budget workshop. Now, we might have one closer to the forecast, and then we may have one closer to the budget adoption, but we will be looking at least one special meeting. The capital improvement plan will be presented in April. The GAN appropriation limit will be presented in May, and we will either have the first reading of the budget and proposed budget in either May or June. Sometimes we need to back it up to have both presentations in June, just dependent on how many changes there might be to the budget. What you're seeing tonight is the comprehensive annual financial report. When you think of the city documents, the budget is a city's plan. The comprehensive annual financial report should be considered more of the final results. This lists the sections that are included within the financial report, the financial statements, which also includes 10 years of comparative data. I wanted to note that this is the city's third year in receiving the Government Finance Officers Award for financial reporting achievement. We anticipate that this CAFR, or Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also meets those same requirements. There's one thing that's different in the general fund when looking at the financial statements versus what we see in the budget. And for financial statement purposes, some smaller funds, which we refer into the budget as general funds, sub-funds, are combined into the general fund for financial reporting. As you can see from the second major bullet, that these funds are minor in nature as compared to what funds will be in the general fund. So when we look at the fund balance, or the amount that's within the city's bank account for the general fund, $539,000 is attributed to these smaller funds. We keep them in separate pockets because that way we can identify specifically where, say for instance, coup estate donations are going to. Just as a quick recap, we began the fiscal year with $11.5 million, and then we ended the fiscal year with 9.8. If you take out that $539,000 for the sub-funds, the general fund would have an ending balance of 9.3 million. When we presented in September and October, we were projecting close to $9 million for the year in balance. What we had was some last minute reconciling entries, which included some reimbursement billing that was done after the point that we prepared this report. So that's why you're seeing the difference. So overall, we are coming in close to $250,000 better than we had anticipated. And this information is included on page 45 of the report. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chavan.
Welcome, Mr. Chavan. I see you are muted. You may have to unmute yourself. Or perhaps he's given up on us.
I could see if I can reach him quickly.
Please.
He might be on the beach.
Mayor, I just left a message for him. He didn't answer his cell line. I don't know if you would like to continue or to give him a couple more minutes.
I suspect we've lost him, despite our best efforts.
I think you're right.
I think he's sleeping.
Hey, yeah. Well, with council's concurrence, I think this ends this agenda item, and we will have to continue this one as well to the next council meeting. Do we need to vote on that, Mr. Laredo? I guess so.
I believe it would be prudent, yes.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we end the meeting.
I second that. We'll continue this item. The motion, continue this item, substitute motion.
I agree to the substitute motion.
May we have a vote, please?
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Perduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. To
Thank
continue 13B.
Thank you. I want to close on a couple of very somber notes. One of our ARB members from last year had to resign due to illness. Joe Rock, local architect who contributed in many ways to the community and to city government. So I'd like to close during the meeting in his honor, and also recognize the country passed a grim milestone this week of 400,000 deaths from COVID-19. And I don't have any numbers for Pacific Grove, but obviously Monterey County, we've not been bypassed by this real tragedy. So we'll close also in the honor of those folks that we've lost from the pandemic. And with that, I thank you very much for your participation, and our public for staying with us, and staff. Have a pleasant evening. Good night. Meeting adjourned.